As he comes now round the wicket bowling, that's clipped in the air, but it's wide of mid-wicket. Not particularly well timed by Bracey, but he'll get back for 2, and that'll be a half-century for James Bracey, who did come into this innings on the dreaded pair.
Of course, wouldn't it? Get 2 new men at the crease. Taylor round the wicket, short, cut by Bracey, 4 runs. Short and wide, bit of a gimme really. Bracey not going to miss that. Slap. Taylor in bright sunshine moves in from left to right as we look, and there's the second boundary, because that's...
As in comes Allison, bowls, and that's flicked away authoritatively by...
Taylor comes in over the wicket, and he's driving nicely down the ground for 4. Looks in great touch this morning, Price. Not bothering to run for that. I think that's the most satisfying.
He doesn't hold back, Kieran Carlson.
No, he doesn't.
Round the wicket he goes, does Allison. That's carved away by Bracey. Down to third man, and it's gone right underneath the fielder. Allison bowls a short ball, that's pulled away firmly. Much before lunch, Gloucestershire.
Taylor bowls, Bracey cuts, 4 runs. Wide, cut away, past Libby at backward point.
92 for 3. Allison bowls, bowled him! Dramatic, bowled him as well. The stump has been removed from the ground as Price. No, he can bowl long ones. He bowled a 9-over spell on day 1. That's a little over-pitched. It bounds past extra cover, and that definitely will go for 4 runs.
It again. Balls, and Ballman is caught at first slip. Pushes it one outside the off stump. Good catch by Allison. Quite low down. He's a tall man.
Allison to Ahmed. That is a half volley, and Ahmed creams it through the covers for 4 runs to get off the mark. So here's Swanepoel into Ahmed, who pulls that one straight up in the air. It's gone way up. Underneath it is the keeper and takes the catch.
In youth cricket, weight bowl short, Middleton hooks, and hooks for 6. Worth a try from Waite. He's got Libby out on the boundary, but it just cleared his head.
Of the summer. Singh to Bracey's forward, running it into the covers, and he gets there off his 128th delivery. It's a Cheltenham ton for James Bracey, the first 100 of the match. Singh round the wicket, drops it short. Bracey pulls it fiercely in front of square for 4 runs. Morning session. Bracey on 113, and he'll finish the session on 114 as he dabs into the covers. The last ball of the morning brings up a 50 partnership as well between Middleton, and 63 would be the marker if they're declared now, as Bracey whacks this one way up in the air. That's going to clear the mid-wicket boundary. They're ducking for cover in the stand out at deep mid-wicket. That was a powerful swing of the bat this morning. Swanepoel round the wicket, bowled him. So Bracey's innings is at an end on 127. He was clearly in the mood to try and clear some boundaries.
Although it is over the wicket, I suppose, and he is right-handed. This time, Kishore does get the bat on the sweep, and it's gone all the way to the boundary. End of the over. Middleton having a look, and there is the declaration. And there's 4 of them, because that one is the first bad ball that Williams has bowled over pitched on Libby's.
2 sweepers on the leg side. Kishore to Latigan, who goes back and carves it away through that enormous gap for 4 runs. So
young left-handed opener, very inexperienced. Williams bowls. Libby gets 4 down to backward point. As Williams comes in and bowls to Latigan, and he edges it past the diving second slip down to third man for 4. Any real alarms? Well, that's not been the case here. There's been plenty of alarms, and almost another one as Latigan gets another boundary. Realms of possibility. It's Williams bowls, and that's a beautiful shot from Latigan. Easily the best shot he's played. Slightly over-pitched on leg stump, and Kishore over the wicket to Latigan. He's gone big, Latigan. He's gone very big. He's gone way over.
Delighted with this position, 42 without loss. Ahmed bowls, Latigan drives. He's squirted it away down fine. And Middleton, I don't think he's going to get there. He won't.
But you need somebody to be a little bit more dominant at the other end. Latigan has gone big again, and very big. Over long on for 6.
Resumes to Libby, drives. That will beat backward point. That's 4 more. Out to the deep backward point boundary. 220 to win. Ahmed to Libby, driven through cover. This could be 4 more. It's running out towards the boundary. Hammond won't get there, and if Hammond can't get there, no Gloucestershire fielder can.
Rao in, bowls, Latigan off the back foot, smashes it through the covers for 4. Bit of width, cracking shot by Latigan.
Kishore in, down the pitch. Latigan, he's hit this one a long way up and a long way back. He's happy to take on the longer boundary over wide long on, and he has cleared it by a distance. That's his biggest 6 easily, and it's his 50. Wouldn't begrudge him a wicket on his debut.
Not going to get on with that ball though. Over pitched on leg stump, and Latigan times it well off his pads down to Rao bowls. It's 4 more. Short outside the off stump. Latigan not going to miss out. Rao again in, bowls, and well, he's got lucky here. He's got 4 more. Outside edge. Price bowls, but that's not where he intended it, and that's 4 runs. Because
in the second session on day 4, as Middleton bowls, Latigan is struck on the pad, imploring the appeal again, is turned down. You could tell Latigan was a bit concerned by it.
Middleton bowls, Latigan cuts for 4. Bit short, wide outside the off stump. He's a big man, Dan Latigan. Middleton bowls. Libby tucks this one away fine on the leg side against the spin, and will pick up 2 runs. Good bit of fielding by Phillips, sliding round the boundary, especially for Kishore. And Libby has had enough of that, and he's given it a good old-fashioned slog. Me, that's a bit edgy.
Yeah, it was signal to buy that last one. Latigan goes big and gets plenty on it. High in the air down the ground, out towards the beer tent.
To the right-handed Libby, and bowls, and Libby drives in the air over extra cover. So strength of Libby's that we often see in the one-day. Kishore bowls again, and that is more runs for Libby. That deft late cut that he plays so well, all the way down to the 3rd man boundary for 4, beautifully. Rao on debut, yet to get a wicket in first-class cricket. And that's the worry from Bancroft's point of view, that
unchanged since tea. He goes back and pulls, does Libby, out over wide long on, and that will make its way to the long boundary. Price, another short one. Latigan pulls it away. He's going to get 4 runs, and he's going to get his maiden first-class 100 in a run chase.
Aman Rao round the wicket to Latigan, and Latigan cuts this down to 3rd man for 4.
I think he would have bowled too many in his stint for Surrey last year, looking at the numbers there. Round the wicket, Latigan, slog sweep high up in the air. That's going to clear the boundary.
Middleton from the College Lawn end to the left-handed Latigan, and he's gone big on the leg side, and it's all the way for 6 more.
35 to win. Middleton to Latigan, slog sweep. It's gone high up in the air. 2 fielders, long on coming in, and he takes the catch.
But there's his 100 as he chops this down through slip. Deliberate shot down to 3rd man for 4.
Decent lead already. Slog sweep from Swanepoel. High, handsome. 6 of the best.
His captain would have wanted. And he hammers this next one back to the bowler. And he's caught and bowled. Middleton in, bowls to Hose, and there it is. Adam Hose has driven that through the covers for 4. His first ball. Jake Libby finishes 107 not out.
As he comes now round the wicket.
A very good morning, and it is a good morning from New Road, where we are getting underway. It's Worcestershire against Lancashire. Broadcast on a brand new piece of equipment, which we're just trying to come to terms with, by the way. But I better say it's a wonderful piece of equipment, beautifully engineered, because I think the engineers are listening.
Oh, excellent. Oh no,
to make sure we're working. You are, you should be. That's your headphone.
There we go.
You Sorry, listen while we try and go with the new marvellous piece of equipment. So, you see, Ashley Giles has survived the members' forum this morning as he appears in front of us.
That's an early morning forum, isn't it? That?
Yeah. He did, I'm probably not supposed to say this, but he did comment yesterday. At least they can't complain about yesterday's performance since they didn't get on. So anyway, we're all waiting. The two batters are the pavilion side of the boundary rope, as are all the Worcestershire fielders. We're waiting for the umpires. The news is Worcestershire have won the toss. A toss which took place 24 hours late because of no play yesterday. Didn't even have a chance to make the toss. But they tossed this morning, and Worcestershire won the toss and have elected to bowl first, which is not a huge surprise. But interestingly, Scott Reid, Josh Bohannon did the captain's duties of the toss for Lancashire, which tells the story.
Yes, it tells us that Jimmy's not playing, so he was he missed last week with a calf problem. But obviously travelled. He's down here. But I wonder whether the amount of rain that we've had, and we know yesterday that there's parts of the outfield and maybe the kind of the bowlers run-ups were quite soft yesterday. So maybe that's a factor into it. You know, you don't on a reasonably soft outfield with rain around. Certainly over the weekend, if not a little bit more due today, then maybe just being a little bit precautious with Jimmy. So he doesn't play. So yeah, Bohannon captains the side, and it is Matthew Hurst that comes in for Joe Moores. I think that's the only change that Lancashire have made from the defeat against Northamptonshire last time. So by the way, I can see Hurst and Jennings there. So those two are going to open the batting. So that's yet another opening partnership for Lancashire this season. I think it might be 7 different opening partnerships in 9 games now for Lancashire. So it will be Hurst and Jennings to open the batting.
Worcestershire are lining up as they finished in their victory against Cheltenham. They lost Gareth Roderick, the wicketkeeper, during that game. He was replaced as a batter by Rehan Edwalath, who made quite an impression on his debut. For Worcestershire, coming on as a substitute. So Henry Cullen keeps wicket, as he did for most of the game at Cheltenham, as we walk out to the middle. There's a few in the ground. My pavilion's quite well occupied. As I was mentioning, I did my piece for BBC Hereford from Worcester. It's a shame from a spectator's point of view that Jimmy Anderson's not fit to play. Many of them would have looked forward to seeing him play, but not to be. And Worcestershire starting in this round of matches, I think about 25 points off the promotion places, needing therefore to get wins. They still have a chance, but they need wins. They started 24 points adrift, but Kent they got some playing yesterday and went very well against Northampton, getting 250 without loss. So Tom Taylor will bowl to Keaton Jennings. Lancashire 7th in the table. Scott, I suppose, win your last 5 games. Who knows?
Yeah. I suppose that's true.
So Jennings, last season's captain started last season, is going to face.
Yeah, Lancashire lost against Northamptonshire last time at Old Trafford, and the odds are stacked against them, aren't they, if they're going to try and do something spectacular this season.
Taylor around the wicket, and that's defended by Jennings out to the offside. It feels a bit of dampness around. The outfield's actually quite lush and green, although worn in places. There was concern about, I think, where the bowlers land, the two ends yesterday, about a bit of dampness. So whether that's dried out or whether there's still a bit there, I don't know. So should have started with 4 slips in place. Having lost a whole day, they'll want to get on with it. And it is Taylor comes into bowl. Scott's just disappearing to do a report, and Jennings has played that deliberately through the slip cord and down to third, and will get the first 2 runs of the morning as Dan Latigan races down there to field it. So Lancashire are on their way, 2 without loss. It is pretty grey, I must say. There's some quite threatening looking clouds, although they're reasonably high up here at New Road. Yesterday it rained very heavily in the morning. It did actually clear up later in the day, and the umpires did make several inspections in the hope of getting play, but were worried about some dampness around the ground. And by the time it looked like they might just be able to get something in, it was going to rain again, so they gave up at 5 o'clock in the end yesterday without any players. Jennings pushes that one down the pitch and there's no run. And umpire Goff there just expressing some concern about where Tom Taylor's following through. Taylor goes back to his mark bowling from the Diglis end. The Basil D'Oliveira stand behind him. And round the wicket to Jennings. He just drops a bat on that and runs an enterprising single to the offside. He moves on to 3. The umpires are Michael Goff and Ben Peverell. They were the only ones we saw out there. Clearly the players never felt the play was likely yesterday because there was no attempt to come out and limber up or exercise. So I think they were fairly convinced we were going to struggle to get any play at all, which proved to be the case, sadly. But we're underway here, and Matty Hurst will get to face his first ball with 2 balls of the over to go, and he comes over the wicket to the right-handed Hurst, who plays that one to backward point where Latigan is fielding. There's no run. Just 3 slips in place for Hurst. 3 slips on a gully. Or is gully actually going to 4 slip? No, it is as it was for Jennings. It is 4 slips. Jake Libby has settled now in the 4th slip position. And last ball of the over from Taylor, and that's left. Bit of bounce, bit of carry. It's left by Hurst. So the first over negotiated by Lancashire, with Keaton Jennings taking 3 runs off it. Lancashire are 3 without loss. Playing elsewhere, they're playing the Test match. England have actually lost the 9th wicket, 252 for 9 against Pakistan. I think they were 8 down overnight, weren't they? And they're playing at Chelmsford, where it's been lots of wickets falling there. Essex 11 for 1, having bowled Surrey out for 183. They've got underway at Edgbaston. Nottinghamshire against Warwickshire. Like here, there was no play yesterday. They're not actually playing at Scarborough today so far, nor at Cardiff, which that's quite a surprise to see. They got so much playing at Cardiff yesterday. They are playing at Hove, as Sussex are 77 for 2 against Somerset. And Scott is back.
It'll be Ben Allison from the New Road end to Keaton Jennings. 3 slip catches in place. There's a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. So 3 without loss. Second over about to be sent down. First from Allison. Just polishing the ball on the back of his trousers, and Jennings settling into his crease, and here we go. Taps the bat a couple of times and waits. He's in and bowling. And Jennings gently just off the back foot taps it away out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Second division, looks like they've had a toss between Derbyshire and Middlesex. Middlesex have chosen to field, but there's no actual score on there yet. I don't know what's happening. Maybe it's a slightly delayed start. Playing at Northampton, where Kent is going well. Kent currently in 2nd place in the second division, 154 without loss. Not playing so far, it would seem, at Chester Street, where Durham, the runaway leaders, were in a good position at 100 for 3, having bowled Gloucestershire out for just 137.
Allison sets off again. Waits Jennings as he's in and bowling. Just calmly tapped into the offside this time by Keaton Jennings and scooped up at cover. And there's no run. Yeah, after having months of dry weather and heat waves. I mean, the rain is welcome for very different reasons, but it's a little bit unfortunate for the county championship that it's affected this particular round so badly.
Yes, 2 months break for the championship. I'm not sure a raindrop fell during those 2 months.
It did, no. 3 without loss. Allison turns and sets off again over the wicket to Jennings, and just gently leaning into it, very carefully and cautiously deflecting the ball off the face of the bat. It bounces out to cover, and again there's no run.
I think our colleague Martin Emerson's reporting there is play at Chester Street, and again some of these scores seem to be slightly delayed coming on, but yeah, they are playing there at Chester Street, so Durham in a good position there, but I think probably likely title winners.
Yeah, they're well in front, aren't they? I think a pretty commanding position at the top of the table. In comes Allison, balls again. That's left and through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Oh, I think I've made you too loud, Scott. Sorry about that. Yeah. Anyway, so hopefully we'll balance it a little better.
You're doing well with the new equipment.
Yeah, well, I've switched it on. That's a start.
I mean, it is a start. Yeah, it's a start. Two balls left of Allison's first over, and left alone by Jennings. Through to the keeper, there's no run.
Lancashire feel they can get through even the first half hour. That would be a decent start. You would think both teams would have looked to bowl first.
Yes.
So it's a test for Lancashire's openers. Can they get through a decent period of time and frustrate Worcestershire?
Final ball of the over, Allison to Jennings. Again, just calmly taps it into the offside, and there's no run. End of the first over. So starts with a maiden. A couple of overs into this game, 3 without loss, Lancashire.
Yeah, no great alarm so far for Keaton Jennings. He's faced the bulk of the deliveries. But it's going to be Tom Taylor to try again from the Diglis end. Few people populating the seats either side of the sight screen tarpaulin. As he comes in, Taylor, and that's pushed out to a point for no run. Right in front of the scoreboard plaza, as we heard it, Brad has called it this morning.
Quite enjoyed that.
Yes. There's a few catering facilities around there. Cathedral still there. Every time I come here, the cathedral still
Double check
still
still
there,
there.
overlooking the ground. It's a marvellous sight as in comes Taylor to bowl, and that's pushed out the point. There's no run. The other side of the river, a river on which you can go on a 45-minute boat trip.
Can you? That sounds nice.
Yeah.
I could have done that yesterday. It would give me something to do.
Yes. Yeah. It's 3 without loss still. Lancashire put in by Worcestershire this morning.
You just kind of tootle up the river a little bit and then kind of just tootle back down.
I presume so.
Yeah,
I haven't actually done it yet, but it's not a round trip, I don't think.
I'm going to have a look online.
Do that, yeah. I just saw the sign, 45-minute boat trip, so I suppose it's 22 and a half minutes one way and 22 and a half back again. Taylor bowls, and that's left. By Hurst raises his bat in the air, whistles past to Henry Cullen keeping wickets. Gareth Roderick suffering an injury in the game against Gloucestershire.
Well, it looks fabulous. The boat looks terrific. And yeah, you just tootle up 45 minutes. See some of the historic riverside sites.
No doubt that. See the cricket ground as well. As you go past.
15 quid. Bargain.
In comes Tom Taylor. And again, Hurst just leaves that. That one didn't bounce as high, but a comfortable lead for Hurst. It just goes down the pitch and does a bit of gardening. Lancashire's numbers, we say what, maroon colour for their numbers? Is that the right shade?
Well, I think they're red, aren't they? Would that not make more sense?
Well, it would, but it doesn't look strikingly red.
It's off red.
Perhaps they've run the wash a bit, I don't know. Worcestershire with their black numbers, of course they have the cable knit jumpers, so there's only one of the slips wearing a jumper at the moment. It was easy to identify. And we just got late on that one. Hurst is pitched up by Taylor, just got his bat on it in the nick of time. It bounces through to the slip cordon. And again he goes down the pitch and does a bit of prodding. So I think the ball bounced there.
Yes, I don't think he'll have opened the batting in the county championship before, Matthew Hurst. So a new challenge for him. So I think Lancashire onto their 7th different opening partnership this season as well.
Well, certainly testing conditions. If he can produce a decent innings here, that'll be some effort. As he defends that one solidly. And another maiden, so 3 runs came on the first over, 2 maidens since then. Lancashire 3 without loss after 3. I'm Clive Eakins, Scott Reed here. We will have Frank Watson as well today. I think only today. We would have had him yesterday, but sadly, we had nothing to describe yesterday. Going through your opening partnerships. So
yeah,
that's an impressive notebook, that.
7, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Keep across the scores, you know what it is. There's Allison with Jennings on strike. He started with a maiden over. In from the New Road end and bowls to the left-hander. It's left by Jennings.
I like the way, in this modern day where we're all on laptops and computers, that a lot of a lot of the commentators do handwritten notes like you do, records. I mean, I don't, because I don't cover the same county week in, week out these days, but it's nice that people still use the old pen and ink, especially those that use different colours. That's really impressive.
Oh yeah, that's yeah, I don't quite go to that level of professionalism. 3 slip catches as Allison comes over the wicket, balls again to Jennings, just tails back in a fraction. Jennings leaves on length and through to the keeper, and there's no run. And then comes wandering down the pitch. Matthew Hurst chatting away to the umpire at this New Road end. Goff's the umpire at square leg. He's looking up towards the clouds. It is rather cloudy, but dry at the minute.
Well, both batters have done a bit of pitch prodding. There doesn't seem to be much so far. Maybe a little bit of variation in the bounce.
Allison, and again to Jennings, just leans into it and defends, pushing out to point, and just suggesting to Hurst at the non-striker's end that ball just tail back in towards him. Hurst again, he comes down, he's almost level with Keaton Jennings. He's come so far down the pitch, having a little closer inspection, Matthew Hurst. Taylor lobs the ball back towards Allison, who's back to his bowling mark. Halfway through his second over. Strides in again to Jennings. Jennings in behind in defence. Ball trickles up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Good
footballing names, the pair out there, Jennings and Hurst. And I like the way that Keaton Jennings wears number 1, which I'd love to think is a tribute to the great Pat Jennings, Northern Ireland, Spurs and Arsenal goalkeeper.
I mean, it would be a niche tribute from Keaton Jennings. I quite like the idea of it. Allison moves back in again, striding up to the crease and bowling. Just tapped away again by Jennings. Calm, careful and cautious start from the Lancashire opening pair, put into bat by Worcestershire. I reckon you, as you said, Clive, both captains, I'm sure, would have opted to bowl first. Just taking his guard here is Keaton Jennings. Maybe just batting a fraction. We can't tell from where we are, but maybe just batting a fraction outside his crease, which he does do quite a lot, especially if the ball's nibbling around early on. Just bends his knees. There's a change of line from the bowler who's around the wicket to Jennings. Oh, and that's a lovely ball. Just nips away from Jennings, who didn't play at it. I think he just tucked his bat inside the line, but a nice delivery from Allison nonetheless. It just had a little bit of nibble away from the left-hander and through to the keeper. It's the end of the over. It's a second maiden for him, and Lancashire 3 without loss.
So a cautious and relatively drama-free start from the Lancashire batters, Jennings and Hurst. 3 maidens in a row now bowled by... sounds like a Gilbert and Sullivan musical, isn't it? 3 maidens in a row. Tom Taylor is going to bowl again. But yeah, 3 runs off the first over. Since then, batters have just been content to keeping the ball out. That might be a run, but not quite. It's well fielded. It was hit into the gully. Elliot Latigan diving to his left. Worcestershire players all rush to him and pat him on the back. That always annoys the more sort of seasoned purist observer. And the fielder gets mobbed for doing his job. But it was a good stop by Latigan diving to his left. The ball was just run down towards third. And Hurst thought he might get his first runs there. Not to be. He's faced 9 balls so far without scoring. Not that that'll worry him too much, or it shouldn't worry him too much. So Taylor is right arm over, and he gets solidly behind that. Holds the pose of his forward defensive shot there, Hurst. And there is no run.
Well, it's certainly a nice challenge and a nice opportunity for Matthew Hurst. He's been a little in and out of Lancashire's side this season in all different competitions. He's lost his place at times in the T20 and in the One Day Cup and in the County Championship, but drafted back in, and now a chance to open the batting.
He leaves that one. Anything that he thinks is going over, he's leaving. Keeps his bat high in the air, goes past his chest through to the wicketkeeper. It's a rain-affected game. He was in the first turn. Of course, it was a rain-affected game when these 2 teams met at Southport.
Yes.
Earlier in the season.
Yep.
Yeah, where Jimmy Hansen in the end had to try an adventurous declaration in the hope of creating a chance to win the game, but couldn't quite manage it. It was just before the British Open Golf. Took place just round the corner from there. That's left, there's no run. They showed quite a few aerial shots at the golf. I kept looking out for the cricket ground. I haven't been there just a couple of weeks before. Still 3 without loss then, Lancashire. A 2 and a single in the first over from Jennings. Nothing since. But no early success for Worcestershire. We'll certainly crave them. Really need to win this game. Starting 24 points behind second place Kent, that challenge for promotion at first attempt. Still 4 slips in place. He tries to work that on the leg side. It's actually a no ball, so that will boost the Lancashire score. Overstepping Taylor as he tried to work it round onto his pads, but 2 runs added to the Lancashire total. That's 5 without loss. Again, Taylor goes down the pitch and does a bit of gardening. And Taylor running in, and that's come off a bit of an inside edge for Taylor. He'll get off the mark. From Hurst, right, I should say. Inside edge down to back of square leg. He gets a single, but a false shot. Taylor just looking at the way his front foot's landing, having been no ball in that over, or so far in this over, but got a bit of success there against Hurst, but it's now 6 without loss.
Yeah, it came back in quite a bit, didn't it, to Hurst? And Taylor, if the half of the bat down towards fine leg. I mean, that's going to happen quite a bit, isn't it, this morning with the conditions that we've had and the new ball. You expect this to be quite challenging for the batters, and both Jennings and Hurst have kind of signalled that he's moving around quite a bit.
Apologies. That's by Jennings out to the leg side. There's no run. And it should be 6 without loss. Scoreboard's still saying 5. Hasn't given Hurst his single. 6 without loss after 5 overs.
Yeah, Jennings, just watching back on the replay on the live stream there, I think he's batting out of his crease and coming further forward as well as the bowler comes in. So it's another indication of the movement that bowlers are getting here early on. And that's reflected in the score as well, isn't it? And the approach from both these two batsmen, which has been certainly very calm and cautious so far. I think this is the first time it is, isn't it? Because Allison's bowled two maidens, so that's the first time he's bowling to the right-hander Matthew Hurst. 3 slip catches in the gully, and over the wicket to Hurst, who's very neatly behind it and defends. Deflects it up towards Taylor, who comes jogging up from mid-off to field. And there's no runs. A 6 without loss through the first 20 minutes thereabouts of this game. The entire first day lost to the conditions and to the rain and the wet outfield. Did have quite a large chunk of yesterday where it didn't rain. It was quite dry for a couple of hours in the afternoon, but conditions were just a little bit too soft underfoot. And there's some balls to Hurst, that's left, and into the gloves of the keeper. And there's no run.
Allison actually on the back of a 5-wicket haul at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire in the first innings. 5 and 19, which are Worcestershire's best figures. Playing Worcestershire bowler this season. Game somewhat changed in the second innings. With Worcestershire couldn't bowl Gloucestershire out, but Gloucestershire declared. And Worcestershire got them with a surprising amount to spare.
Allison's in again to Hurst, who he thinks about playing and pulls the bat away.
Took a little shuffle forward there as the bowler came in, did Hurst.
Yes, he did, just a little half step towards Allison. Teasing the bowler a little bit there. He looked like he might have played at that shot, but then just at the very last minute lifts the bat away. Nice carry again through to the keeper. Allison's in again. Turned into the onside. It's the first run that he's conceded this morning. It's just tucked out to square leg by Matthew Hurst for a single. He's on to 3, and Lancashire 7 without loss. We have 2 balls left to the 6th over of the morning. So an extended day today, if we get them in, a 104 over day, as it will be tomorrow as well. And conditions are a little dicey over the weekend. Saturday, Sunday, that don't look hugely appealing. Rain forecast. He's around the wicket this time to Jennings, who's neatly in behind it. He just drops it into the offside for no run.
Those grey clouds are moving fairly slowly across the sky, but hopefully it'll stay dry. And just a little brighter coming from Malvern, still cloudy. Yes, there was the first full day's play they've lost this season here.
That's some going, isn't it? That shows how dry it's been this summer. Jennings on the walk. That's hit him on the pad, but I think he is batting out of his crease, and he's then advancing a step or so towards the bowler. So, having sent that from around the wicket to the left-hander, and with all that movement, actually, not looking from square on there, he's not batting out of his crease. So it's nice to see that. So actually, I've just got the live stream on the laptop. It's a little bit behind for the viewers that are watching. We don't have a monitor that's kind of as live. So I'm looking back on the replay on my laptop, and he's not batting out of his crease, but he's on the move there,
yes.
Jennings.
Took a shuffle. It was a fairway forward. I think it probably hit him outside the line of off. Umpires have shown a willingness to give LBWs even when the batter's quite a long way forward. But as I say, I think that one probably hit him outside the line of off stump. As Taylor bowls and Hurst plays out to the offside for no run. We had a fairly lively debate in the press box when a Derbyshire batter was given out in the One Day Cup, having got a long way forward. But since DRS, which of course we don't have in the Championship, but since that came into cricket, umpires seem more willing to not give the batters the benefit of the doubt just because they've come a fair way forward. That one, Hurst plays into the ground, out into the offside for no run. Hurst on 2 off 20 balls. 7 without loss, Lancashire. Who will just look to get through as long as they can and then try and build an innings as they go. 3-day game at Worcestershire. I mean, if the weather, I know there are doubts, but if the weather does stay clear for the rest of the match, I mean, most matches here do tend to finish inside 3 days. So, still every chance for either side to win it as Hurst plays that to mid-wicket. Brett D'Oliveira does the fielding. It's another dot ball.
Yeah, I guess we need to get a little bit lucky, don't we, over the weekend for to try and get a result in the 3 days here. But yesterday, there were suggestions that come 5 o'clock it was going to absolutely tip it down and thunderstorms here, and that never happened, did it? So these things don't often play out as the forecast would suggest. So maybe we'll get a bit lucky over the weekend.
Let's hope so. I mentioned Southport. Scott, I'm actually going there on Monday.
Lovely.
For a football match.
Nice.
It's a mighty Hereford. That one bounces a bit. This time Hurst just plays it into the ground, and there is no run, and it's 7 without loss.
Hague Avenue, is it?
Hague Avenue, that's it. I'm old enough to remember, only just to be fair, to remember when Southport were in the league. I think I saw them playing a League Cup tie when I was quite young. The days when the first round was 2 legs. Those are the days. In comes Taylor, and that's zooming in the air, and it's caught at backward point. Well, that's a slightly soft-looking dismissal there from Matty Hurst. He's played it straight to Dan Latigan at backward point, and having played carefully up to now, he's just mistimed that as Hurst, and he goes for 2. You're leaving us.
Frenchman, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to do it the other way round, but never mind. That's all right. Honestly. Try a bit of production here. Frank, hello.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
It was a strange dismissal, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, he just went at it a little bit hard, I thought, and it maybe just stopped a tiny bit. It's been an odd half hour, hasn't it, Clive? Because nothing's really misbehaved. There's obviously been a little bit of lateral movement, but, and I suppose it's credit to the bowlers, there's been very, very little to work with for the batters, isn't there? Very little. I mean, you don't often find only 7 runs in the first half hour. You normally get more than that off the edge, wouldn't you? But they've bowled very tidily, and well, patience has been rewarded, hasn't it? Just look at the replay again and see if my first impression's right. Yeah, just sliced it, didn't he? Just went at it a little bit too hard. So, breakthrough for Tom Taylor, last season's top wicket taker, of course, in Division 1. He's had to be patient this morning. But it just opens the door. I don't know if you've talked much about the weather, have you? I mean, this forecast suggests we might have interruptions this afternoon.
I try to avoid the forecast. It's only depressing. What's my laptop doing now? Oh dear, oh dear. You know, when you press a button, you don't mean to, and it starts doing things. I don't know. Anyway, 28th wicket of the season for Tom Taylor. He is top wicket taker for Worcestershire this season. If that's played to the offside, there's no run. And that is the end of the first successful over of the morning. And Lancashire are 7 for 1 with Keaton Jennings on 3. Josh Bohannon, the new batter in the acting Lancashire captain. And a success for Tom Taylor, who is 1 for 6.
Yeah. Ben Allison at the other end has been extremely tidy. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 1. I mean, at Cheltenham last week, I mean, people may not be aware that are watching the stream or listening, particularly if they're Lancashire supporters, but at Cheltenham last week, Ben Allison, who bowls round the wicket now to Keaton Jennings, who leaves that outside the off stump. In the first innings, 17.5 overs, 9 maidens, 5 for 19, career best for him. And well, I think we calculated on the first day bowled 76 dot balls, which was pretty incredible.
Were you bored?
No, we were just amazed by
the fact that you calculated that
metronomic accuracy that he bowled with. It really was impressive stuff. He's in again now. Bowls and Jennings. Oh, and there you go. That's exactly the sort of thing we were seeing last week as he goes past the outside edge of Keaton Jennings' bat. That's just a perfect delivery almost from Ben Allison. Angled in, hit the seam, bounced a bit. The only thing not perfect is that it didn't take the edge. Beautifully bowled. And it's hard work out there. Yeah. I'm sure the Lancashire batsman expected when the coin came down on the wrong side this morning. 3 slips in a high state of anticipation, I would imagine. As Allison comes in and bowls again, really nicely bowled, but well left by Jennings outside the off stump. But again, a bit of carry through to Henry Cullen, who continues to deputise for Gareth Roderick, who's struggling with a back injury.
Yes, we had the toss 24 hours late this morning. Brett Oliveira as ever out there in his green Worcestershire jacket. Looking impressive.
Allison again in lovely sunshine, it must be said. Bowls, and that one's short and wide, and Jennings hammers it away for 4. That's the first it is the first bad ball Allison bowled short and wide, and to his credit, Keaton Jennings, whose mindset must have been pretty much survival at the moment, given what's been coming down, doesn't miss out and make sure that the runs on offer are accrued, hammers it away behind square on the offside down to the lone remaining chestnut tree down by the marquee, and it's a boundary. 11 for 1.
Yeah, first boundary
of the day.
So beat me to it. If not already, of course, you can follow all that's going on the BBC online live page.
Allison again is in, bowls straighter this time, and Jennings tucks it off his pads down to Fateh Singh at long leg for a single.
You may already be on there. If you are, just scroll down, you'll see what's going on. Otherwise, if you go to the BBC cricket page, you'll see a link to the County Championship live page. Alex, Chris, Harry and Gary are on duty today, keeping across all the games going on. Just looking at the page now, I see there's no play at Scarborough this morning, and in the big top of the table class, Worcestershire got a couple of early wickets against Notts in the first division. But that's a splendid service, and it'll be even better next week, I have to say.
And And why is that, Clive? Because you're staying at home. Allison in, bowls outside the off stump. Bohannon is beaten outside the off stump through to Henry Cullen. Really good over from Ben Allison. He went for 5 runs, but he went past the bat 3 times, and he's hitting a nice area outside the off stump for both left and right handers. We talked to him about that excellent spell last week, and he said it's just rhythm, and bowlers talk about rhythm. It's hard to describe, it's hard to define, but when it's right, they just repeat, don't they? And that's what he's been able to do in recent games. Didn't bowl quite so well in the second innings at Cheltenham, but he's made a good start this morning.
Tom Taylor continuing and bowling to Keaton Jennings, who survived 24 deliveries so far, and just survived to 25th by keeping his bat inside the line as it goes past his waist to wicketkeeper Cullen. Applauding going on the Worcestershire fielders. They'll know they need wickets this morning, need to take advantage of these conditions in a curtailed game, one that they really could do with winning. I see they are playing at Northampton. Kent have lost a couple of wickets now, having got 150 odd without losing any yesterday. 182 for 2 against Northants. Kent currently in that second promotion place. As Jennings tries to turn that around, plays it to mid-on, there's no run. We're sort of generally assuming that Durham are going to get one of the promotion places, so it's the second place that feels like it's up for grabs at the moment, with Kent currently second and Northants, who they're playing, in third. So Worcestershire need a win really to stay in touch, because Kent and Northants will get 16 points between them, either 8 for a draw each or 16 to one of them for a win. Taylor around the wicket to Jennings, who just again gets back on that safely onto the onside. Digging in firmly at the moment, Keaton Jennings on 8. Sun shining now. We had grey clouds. The worst of the clouds have disappeared. There's still some greyish clouds coming over, but they're not as dark as the previous ones. So I think we're okay for a while.
Yeah, I think we're okay till mid-afternoon, aren't we? Well, I know, I agree with what you said about the forecast. You can never quite be sure, can you? But when those percentages get up to sort of 60, 70 for precipitation, you do tend to think they'll be somewhere near right.
Jennings takes a little step forward and then just withdraws his bat at the last moment, I think, from a shortish delivery from Taylor. Again, he goes down the pitch, Jennings. And Cullen takes it. And 1 wicket so far for Worcestershire this morning. I think I can get through the first hour with just 1 down. I'd probably take that.
Yeah, I think so.
Taylor in. Jennings again leaves that, so goes over the stumps.
Yeah, I think you're right, Clive. When you lose the toss on a morning like this, all that, you can feel the damp, can't you, in the air from yesterday's rain, and the outfield's quite lush. Obviously the pitch has been covered, but there'll be a bit of moisture in there, and I think you're thinking if we can get to lunch and we're not 3 down here, or even if we are 3 down, we haven't done too badly, because it's a big advantage. And Worcestershire, for their part, will want to press home the advantage because it's a shortened game, of course.
Yeah, Taylor comes in again. Jennings, a little shuffle forward. He just prods that way out into the offside for no runs. Tidy over again from Taylor, who's conceded 6 runs in his first 5 overs, and 2 of those were for overstepping. Lancashire 12 for 1 after 9 overs.
Yeah, which is, well, it tells its own story of how difficult it's been out there. Worcestershire unchanged from the side which played against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. So yes, indeed, not the side that started, but in fact Rayan Adevalath played most of the game, really, given how early the injury happened to Gareth Roderick, and he played very well.
He took his opportunity, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a coming of age innings actually for Rayan Adevalath in that first innings at Cheltenham because Carshavali was there. Allison bowls down the leg side to Bohannon, and Cullen takes neatly, moving to his left. Carshavali was there, and there were some eyebrows raised when the decision was made to replace Roderick with Adavalath rather than Kashif. And then Adavalath went out to bat when Saika Shaw was bowling a very, very testing spell indeed. Very testing throughout the first innings, and he stood up to it really well. His technique was really examined, but he stood up really well. Excellent effort. Allison bowls, Bohannon on the drive but mistimed completely, back to the bowler. So yeah, I think it was a really important experience for young Rayhan Adavalath. Well, I'm sure it was.
Yeah, just looking at it, in a way, it perhaps was surprising because he didn't have the best of List A competitions in 3 innings. He only scored 10 runs, but his last second 11 match, he made 2 big scores.
Yes, I talked to him about that, and he said in an interview after the game, after the first day, that let's break off as Allison bowls again. Ooh, I think he pulled his bat out of the way, actually, to be fair, Bohannon. Whether he pulled it out of the way before or after the ball had gone past, I'm not sure. He said at Adavalath that even though he hadn't been getting runs in the one-day cup, he has generally felt pretty good all season. I always think that's quite interesting. Jake Libby's another one who, you know, he's had a prolific month, but hadn't been perhaps as prolific as usual up to then, but said actually, you know, strangely, although I've been getting out, been feeling reasonable. Allison bowls, Bohannon on the back foot plays defensively out on the offside, still not off the mark, and it remains 12 for 1.
I was disappointed that Libby finished 107 not out.
Yeah, not
109.
Yeah, which tends to be his white ball, white ball score.
It's the first of his 4 centuries. The first 3 of his 4 centuries in the One Day Cup were all 109, which is somewhat bizarre. So it was.
Yeah. There was a widely made observation at Cheltenham as Allison bowls and Bohannon works this to Swanepoel at mid-wicket, and that was that when it came down to that run chase 2-7-9 in the last innings, it was rough. It was 60 overs, but you know, you lose an early wicket, etc., etc. Basically, well, they didn't lose an early wicket, but what I mean is, you know, a slow start and just reassess whatever. It kind of came down to a 50 over chase, and who do you want out there orchestrating a 50 over chase if you're Worcestershire anyway? Jake Libby is the man, because he's done it so many times. Bohannon plays defensively down on the offside. Another good over from Ben Allison, a maiden, 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 6. The Lancashire pair of Jennings and Bohannon continue to be exceptionally watchful out there against some testing opening bowling from Taylor and Allison. Jennings has 8. Bohannon, as I say, yet to get off the mark. He's faced 8 deliveries now, and the one man to go, Matty Hurst, caught in the gully by Dan Latigan off Taylor when he went a little bit hard and maybe just got the weight wrong in terms of driving on the offside, just come leaning back a little bit and sliced the catch to gully / backward point.
Tom Taylor round the wicket to Jennings. Jennings works out to mid-on, there's no run. Yeah, just obviously Dan Latigan batted brilliantly at Cheltenham, but I thought it was a masterclass in pacing an innings from Jake Libby.
It was. And not, you know, I would be boring Lancashire listeners now by going on and on about this, but just to say that Latigan had never made 100 in any cricket for Worcestershire, and he got run out for 80 odd at Derby in the first game of the season. He wobbled when he got to about 80 at Cheltenham. He played and missed a couple of times. He went for a couple of big hits and didn't time them.
Taylor, ball that's left by Jennings outside off stump,
and the run rate, you know, was they had to maintain the run rate, obviously, because it was it wasn't that straightforward a chase at that point, and it was almost as though Libby sensed the wobble, and for a couple of overs, he took the lead, hit a couple of boundaries, just took the pressure off Latigan, who had been the kind of more dominant partner. And then as Latigan settled in the 90s, Libby just stepped back again. It was really noticeable, and I asked Latigan about it. He said it was exactly what happened.
Taylor bowls Jennings, pushes one that was pitched up out to Brett Oliveira in the covers. It's another dot ball. There's been a few of those.
I think he regards. I think Latigan regards Libby as
a mentor.
Yeah, he's mentioned that, but even before Cheltenham. So it was a good experience for them both. But you're right, Libby's been prolific, hasn't he? He really has. He's kind of. It's the old cliche about form is temporary, class is permanent. Jake Libby's been so consistent for Worcestershire that when he does struggle for a month or so, we raise our eyebrows, don't we?
Jennings comes down the pitch, pushes out to mid-off, there's no run.
And yet we think, runs will come because he has been so prolific.
You're saying, talk about classes, permanent and all that, reminds me really of many years ago. I watched Keaton Jennings when he was really struggling. Can't remember whether he was, I think he was probably with Dunham at the time. And he could hardly score a run, but you always found he's too good a batter for that to go on forever. And it went on for a while, but eventually... Yeah,
absolutely.
He turned it round. He's faced 34 balls now for his 8. He's leading the way for Lancashire. Wide stance as he waits for Taylor and lets that one go. Keeps a bit low, but it's wide of off stump, so it's a comfortable enough leave.
Didn't Graham Gooch get 4 noughts on the trot at one time, I think, in county cricket? I'm trying to remember. I think he did. And people start saying things, his eyes have gone, or he's not the player he used to be. But, yeah. They're usually pretty good judges of their own game, I think, players. They'll tell you whether they're in nick or not. Like that Davalath comment earlier, really.
Taylor in again. Jennings again shuffles forward, drives. That's a nice shot, but a good piece of fielding from Brett Oliveira prevents any runs as he tumbles to his right and stops it cleanly. There was no one guarding behind him, so if it had gone past him there would have been runs, but Oliveira prevented them, so it's yet another maiden. 12 for 1. What have we had? 3, 7, trying to, off the top of my head, about 4 scoring shots probably. 2 of the runs have been no balls. Jennings has hit a 4. He hit a 2 and a 1 in the first over. And I think a couple of singles from Hurst, so that would be 5 scoring shots in the first 11 overs.
Yeah. 11 overs, 7 maidens. Allison in, bowls outside the stump. Hannon defends up to mid-on. Taylor is the fielder. Yeah, it's hard work. We kept saying this at Cheltenham, it's hard work. It's hard work in both innings, especially in the first innings for both sides. Batting in these conditions, playing county cricket and for the rest of the season, I think if it's going to be, if the drought's over and there's going to be a bit of rain around in the next 2 or 3 weeks, we're in September. Allison again bowls, left alone by Bohannon. Worcestershire are down at Canterbury next week, and it's the mood has changed. We're into the 10:30 starts as well, aren't we? So it's difficult out there, and the light goes earlier. And being a batter in county cricket, churning them out or trying to churn them out day after day, 6 games in 4 weeks basically, in testing conditions. July and August are when you want those sort of runs of fixtures, and that's not the way it is at the moment, so it's hard work. I think Bohannon plays this out on the offside. Oliveira fields. It's hard work, and I mean you can see it out there. Both Jennings and Bohannon, they're not looking to dominate here, they're just looking to survive.
I completely get what Lancashire are doing. There is a slight danger in it though, that you sort of batting, and then if you lose a couple of quick wickets, you look up at the scoreboard, you haven't actually got anything on the board. Yeah, absolutely. You've got to try and rotate the strike, you've got to try and maintain some momentum, but it's been really hard.
Allison again bowls, and Bannon, well, he's off the mark, but he didn't know much about it. He's edged it down through between slips and gully. Latigan chases it back and flicks it back, slides as they always do these days, because he wants to make sure they don't get two, and he's done himself a bit of harm. He thinks seems to be okay. Only just come back from a hamstring injury, and that's the danger. And the umpires are both showing some concern because they've made the decision to play on a wet outfield, and the player safety is, of course, their number one priority. But he seems to be okay, apart from a dirty mark on his flannels.
Yeah, so some concern there, wasn't it? Jake Lippy went over and checked on him, but
he's become quite an important asset to the side in a very short time, and they missed him when he was injured. Allison to the left-handed Jennings, stays over the wicket this time, and another run as he's taken on the pad. They go through for a leg bye. So a flurry of two singles.
Yeah, well, it's well called by Josh Bohannon there from the non-striker's end. Jennings was a little slow to react, but Bohannon called him through.
So 14 for one now. Jennings has 8 from 37 deliveries. Bohannon 1 from 12 for the man out. Hurst for 2. Allison as yet wicketless. In from the New Road end bowls, and Bohannon just pushes up to mid-off at the end of another very tidy over. 1 run off the bat, and that was an edge. 1 leg by. 12 overs gone. Lancashire put into bat 14 for 1. Not much of a crowd, to be fair, although there's quite a few in the pavilion away to our right. Basil D'Oliveira's stand is sparsely populated, a cluster of spectators quite tight in by the side screen.
First change of bowling, Bayers Swanepoel is going to come into the attack from the Douglas end, as Bradders is telling those spectators who are here. Taylor 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 6. The wicket of Matty Hurst for 2. Got a backward point by Dan Latigan. So Swanepoel, the overseas bowler, bowling from the Douglas end to Jennings, and that's going down the leg side. Jennings, I think, it's about glancing it down to fine leg, and just let it go past. That's the other overseas player for Worcestershire, of course, is Dan Latigan, who's still overseas. He's just putting up his trousers. Was it Adam Hose who's...
He's going to go off, isn't he?
Oh, this is Latigan, yeah. He's leaving the field. He's he's got a little cut or graze there because he pulled his trouser leg up to have a look. I think he might have just got a little cut. He's showing Brad D'Oliveira now.
Yeah, he's cut his knee in.
So I don't think it'll be too serious, but he's going to go off.
He's moving okay, that's the main thing, because he's had that hamstring injury. Ben Gibbon will come onto the field.
And on a bit of legs, he's got to jog all the way over to a point area. 3 slips now for Worcestershire. Started with 4, they've got 3 now. It's actually going to net cover. It's Ben Gibbon. Swanepoel is in, and Jennings, I think, did play at that. I think I'll speak them outside off stump.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he played at that.
Some encouragement for the bowler. South African wearing number 8 on his back. There's Swanepoel.
He took a while, didn't he, Swanepoel, to settle, I think, at Worcester.
That one's left. Yes, of course, he had quite a traumatic start where when he couldn't quite complete all the formalities of his move. 24 wickets he's got so far in the championship.
And in the One Day Cup, which he didn't expect to play in, he produced some decent performances. And I think he's probably enjoying his best form since joining the club at the moment. He made some useful runs with the bat as well.
It's pushed to the onside for no run by Jennings. Yes, famously his board objected to his registration initially after he had apparently left a match in mid-game, having, to be fair, bowled all his overs in a one-day game, bowled his allocation of overs and headed for the airport while the match was still on, which didn't go down too well with his board. There was some confusion as to whether he communicated his plans or not. That's pulled by Jennings. That's a good shot, short from Swanepoel. Second boundary of the morning, same place through mid-wicket for 4. There's a little bit of a gift for Keaton Jennings, and he accepted it gratefully. He moves on to 12, 18 for 1.
Yeah, as I said, when he hit the first one off Allison, the key for a batter in these circumstances, when you're getting very little to hit, is that when it does come along, you don't miss out. And that's the second short delivery that Jennings has dispatched, one on the offside, one on the leg. Good for him. Good cricket, especially having been beaten earlier in the over.
So Swanepoel in again. That's driven down the ground, but it'll be cut off at mid-off, so there's no run. Yeah, a mix over from Swanepoel. One delivery certainly asked questions of Jennings, but also hit for a 4, 18 for 1 after 13 overs, Lancashire.
And Matthew Waite being introduced into the attack at the New Road End to Ben Allison's excellent 6 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 7. Waite, who bowled pretty well down at Cheltenham in the last game, picked up 1 wicket in the second innings, but 3 in the first, when he bowled very, very tidily indeed. 12 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 43. And happier, I think, bowling at right-handers. Tends to be his natural shape to nip it away. Kept the 3 slips into ball to Bohannon. Backward point, extra cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. And that first ball is a good line outside the off-stump. I'd rather see the long leg at third man, as I've bored everybody by saying hundreds of times. At Cheltenham, 26 of the first 50 runs went off the edge through third man. Nothing went to long leg. And yet they had a long leg and not a third man. Very, very irritating. I would find it. They're aiming for the top of off, finding the edge, conceding runs. It won't run away particularly quickly today if that happens, as Bohannon is forward, playing in front of his pad, out on the offside. He has 1 from 15 deliveries, which tells you how few there have been to score off. Gibbons still out there as a substitute for the injured Latigan, who we think has maybe just grazed his knee. Must have been on his spikes, Clive, I think, if he was sliding, don't you? Because I just thought it would have happened from just the turf. Oh, Waite balls, and he's got Bohannon, LBW, dead straight. Forward, didn't bounce very much. He's had a little prod at the pitch, Bohannon. It was, you know what? That was one of those, Clive, where he almost walked. I reckon. He absolutely knew that was dead straight.
Yeah, looks a pretty straightforward one, to be honest. Successful Waite.
Good start from Matthew Waite. Didn't get very far forward, did he? And haven't seen a replay of it, but it looked a good shot. Yeah, certainly they were very, very confident. And the umpire didn't take long either. Yeah, as far as we can say with replays, and you're never quite sure, that was bang in front.
Did look? I suppose you could make a case. Was it going to go down? But I don't think so.
So Marcus Harris is the new man, and Lancashire in a bit of trouble. 18 for 2. Rocky Flintoff, the youngster, to come next, and Worcestershire, as we were saying earlier, will be hoping they can knock a couple more over before the lunch interval. Marcus Harris, the new man, left-hander, which means Matthew Waite will probably, I would imagine, come round the wicket. But Waite has now got 2 left-handers to bowl at, which, as I say, I don't think is his favourite situation, but he will be very much boosted by picking up that wicket in his very first over, just with his 3rd delivery actually. How do you think? Just asking Scott. Yeah, Scott had a look at a replay as well, thought it was a good one, as we did. So Waite is actually staying over the wicket to the left-hander, and he bowls, and Harris is working this one nicely away on the onside. I always look at a batter, Clive, when they come in, and the first 2 or 3 deliveries, to see just, if you can read anything about their body language and so on. And Harris there, really good footwork straight away. I thought, really quick on his feet. It looks, not trying to talk him out or anything, but he wasn't tentative. He's gone in, a wicket's gone down. It's 18 for 2. It's difficult, but he was quick on his feet. Struggles a bit with this one, which nips back off the seam, takes him on the pad, and he's gone for a walk. He looks busy. He looks in the right frame of mind, I think. Jennings is unflappable, isn't he, at the other end? Keaton Jennings always gives me the impression, I'm sure it's not the case, even in white ball cricket, always gives me the impression of being pretty relaxed at the crease. But it's been really tough in this first hour for the batters. 3 slips in place. Waite staying over, bowls to Harris, who gets an inside edge as he tries to play this out on the offside, and it runs back past the bowler. Excellent start for Matthew Waite, a wicket maiden. Keaton Jennings has 12. Harris yet to get off the mark, and the 2 men gone, the 2 diminutive right-handers, Hurst out for 2 and Bahanam for 1.
18 for 2. Yes, Swanepoel to continue. And he comes into bowl to Jennings. Just pushes that to mid-off. There's no run. Somebody once asked Paul Simon about being diminutive. He said, "You mean small? If you mean small, say small."
Are you accusing me of
no, I'm just
similar laxity with my language?
Thinking of,
what does it, I wonder, where does it come from then?
I don't know.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? It's a word
Jennings has pulled that, but not got hold of it this time, and it goes to mid-on. There's no run.
I'll tell you what it is, Clive. It's because you feel rude. If I'd have said if the two men out are the 2 small right-handers,
yeah,
it's more polite, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. But yeah,
affection, smallness, affection, or familiarity. There we are. There you are. I wasn't being rude anyway.
No, I wasn't.
In case they come after me with their bats.
It just makes me chuckle. I think of because Paul Simon could give an interviewer a hard time when he's in the mood. That one's clipped off his toes for a single by Jennings, who was on to 13. We were
talking yesterday during the rain about Dolly Parton and the lovely one-liners and so on. One I heard where somebody asked her in an interview genuinely whether she was upset by being called a dumb blonde, and she said, "No, it doesn't bother me at all, for 2 reasons. 1, I know I'm not dumb, and 2, I know I'm not blonde."
Absolutely, yeah. Yes.
Which I thought was lovely. It's amazing, isn't it, that she was held in such affection by so many people in so many countries around the world. Really.
Yeah. This one is a nice shot around his pads there by Harris. He'll get 4 for that through mid-wicket. He's leant into that one and clipped it away.
Shot of the
4
day.
runs.
Shot of the day. Doesn't matter. I mean, on a pitch that it's not been easy to time it on. I mean, it's a half volley to be fair, but goodness me, beautifully executed. He played that shot, Clive, like a man who would hit it not 99 times out of 100, but 100 times out of 100, I think.
So, Swanepoel's been hit for 2 boundaries so far, and what's otherwise been a quiet morning for runs. 23 for 2. That one he turns round a square leg.
Better length.
Yeah, and it's fielded. There's no run. So one more ball this over, and then Scott Reed will be rejoining us. Lancashire put in by Worcestershire this morning. We got underway 24 hours late. Of course, we do get to the extra 8 overs, weather permitting, which means lunch will be at 1:10 rather than the usual 1 o'clock. Which is quite annoying when you're working on that live cricket text page, because it means you don't get your lunch break. Especially if you're doing 2 matches and one finishes at 1 the other. Anyway, that one's left. There's no run. The end of the 15th over. Lancashire 23 for 2.
Thanks to Clive Aiken. Clive will be back later. I'm going to be joined in a minute by Scott Reed from BBC Radio Lancashire. And as Clive said, lunch will be at 1:10, so an hour or so from now. And we will have 104 overs in the day, as opposed to the usual 96. Matthew Waite to begin his second over from the New Road End, bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Keaton Jennings. He's in now, bowls, and Jennings is forward to that, pushing up to Taylor at mid-off, and there's no run. Welcome back to Scott Reed. Morning, Scott. Afternoon, in fact.
Good afternoon, Frank. Yeah, afternoon, everybody. It's an excellent start this first hour, isn't it, with the ball for Worcestershire?
Yeah, I think it was a good toss to win, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I think Lancashire would have probably exploited the conditions in similar fashion, but they have. You can't fault them, really.
No.
Certainly, I mean, Swanepoel a little bit more expensive, but I think Taylor and Allison opened up beautifully. Waite bowls, and that's gone past the outside edge of Keaton Jennings. He certainly played at that one. He does pull his bat away at times and make it difficult for us to know whether he played or not, but he certainly felt for that one outside the off stump, and that was a really good delivery from Matthew Waite. Just went across him and past the outside edge, actually beat the outside edge by quite a considerable margin, I think.
They have, as you say, bowled beautifully to the conditions, and they've offered Lancashire absolutely nothing. There's been
really.
No get-outs here for Lancashire.
No, not really. Jennings has twice capitalised on very occasional loose deliveries and plays this one defensively. And as I said a few minutes ago, to his great credit, there's nothing more annoying, I think, for a batter than when he is being tied down, then he gets a bad one and he whacks it straight to a fielder, or goes at it a bit hard and misses out, and Jennings made sure he didn't do that. Allison dropped short to him and he cut him away for 4, and then Swanepoel dropped short and he pulled him. But Harris has impressed me. He's only faced 6 deliveries, but he's been very purposeful. Good footwork. Waite bowls. Jennings uses his reach to just kind of lean forward, really. Such a tall man, big wide setup. He doesn't really need to move his feet that much to get onto the front foot. Just eased the weight onto that front foot, and his stance is so wide to start with. It's quite a modern technique at the moment. Watched James Bracey at Cheltenham last week, standing with his feet really, really wide and just leaning one way or the other, and to play off front or back foot. Got runs again yesterday, I noticed, Bracey, in a low score. He's a good player. Waite bowls. Again he's played at that one, this time pushing forward a little bit more sort of forcefully at that one than the one he played at earlier in the over. cracking over so far from Waite.
Superb, yeah.
Hasn't conceded a run yet. Picked up a wicket with his third ball. Always nice for a bowler to come on and pick up a wicket so early on. Just feeling confident. He's had a really good season with the ball, Matthew Waite. Stayed fit for the most part. In again now, bowls, and Jennings is driving a fuller delivery straight up to Taylor. Another maiden from Waite, hasn't yet conceded a run. 2 overs, 2 maidens, no runs, 1 wicket. Lancashire 23 for 2.
Yeah, I don't think too many concerns or debate about the LBW neither. That looked pretty straight. Keaton Jennings' reaction at non-strikers then told its own story too. I was watching back on the replay. I think Keaton was fully expecting the finger to go up.
He didn't walk, but he didn't show any surprise. Didn't Josh Bohannon? I think he knew.
Yeah. Harris is on strike. Lancashire, well, they're 2 most experienced batters here, Marcus Harris and Keaton Jennings. So they try and get something going here. 23 for 2. It's reflects what has been an excellent hour and 10 minutes for Worcestershire. As Harris just leans into that and defends as Swanepoel comes around the wicket and just pushed up towards mid-off. There's no addition to the score. He's only got 4, but it's a start here for Harris, who's he opened the batting last week. Lancashire again just tinkering around with their batting lineup. Matthew Hurst given the role of opening with Keaton Jennings in this game, which means that Harris drops back down to 4. Swanepoel shuffling in, and Harris just defending, just squeezing it forward. Ball bouncing away to cover, no run. .23 for 2. Conditions are much brighter now than what we had yesterday. Albeit there's quite a long chunk of yesterday afternoon where it didn't rain.
Yeah.
It was dry. It was quite humid and muggy yesterday. Yeah. Dry for a couple of hours, but the outfield was so clearly too damp and too soft to play.
Yeah.
Again, pushing it, that is Harris. Just drops to cover.
And I thought that even after we departed the ground that we were going to get much more rain. It went really dark. I only live about a mile away from here, and I got home, took the dog out thinking I'm going to get the dog out for a walk before it rains, and it actually never really materialised in the evening.
No. Yeah, there's a suggestion of having quite a heavy stormy thunder shower about 5 o'clockish, but it never happened.
That probably did, not very far away, but it isn't for on us here.
Left alone by Harris through to the keeper. And there's no run. Yeah, it was actually really. I'm staying just on the ground. It was a beautiful evening actually last night. And it got together like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. The blue sky and sunshine was lovely. One of those where you actually could have played. But best part of the day was at 6 o'clock last night.
Although I mean, interestingly, Worcestershire second team supposed to be playing the 4th day of a second team game at Kidderminster today.
Swanepoel to Harris. Let's play back towards him.
Caught and bowled.
And he catches it off his own bowling and then peels away in celebration. And Marcus Harris departs, and Lancashire lose their 3rd wicket. It's gone for 4. And Lancashire 23 for 3. And much celebration from Bayer Swanepoel, understandably so, but they've got out Lancashire's overseas batter. I think it's more of a leading edge that, trying to work it to mid-wicket. And the ball just balloons back towards the bowler, who takes the catch off his own bowling, and continues to be an excellent morning session here for Worcestershire. 23 for 3.
Yeah. As I say, I was going to say about just to finish that point, Worcestershire second at Kidderminster, which is 15 miles away, not playing today.
Right.
Game off, outfield far too wet. So. There we go. Now, interesting, Rocky Flintoff coming out to bat. Always interesting to see a young player coming into the game. I've seen him play a couple of times here at Worcester for the England under-19s and England Lions, and I was at Hove 3 weeks ago, I think, to watch the first day of the under-19 Test match against South Africa. I saw him back down there, and his dad was there as well, as was Steve Harmison, whose son was also playing. And I happened to have an interest because a lad that I've coached for quite a few years was also playing for England in that game, as was Joe Moores, another Lancashire player. So it's not that long since I've seen him, but this is a testing situation. I think he might have played in the Championship here last year actually as well, or from memory.
No,
he didn't.
No.
Well, he didn't because they weren't in the same division anyway. But I'm confusing my Lions games.
Sorry, Paul.
He's taken on the pad by his first ball, and it's run away down to third man. Big appeal. Umpire signals leg by. Might have been a bit high. That he's a tall young man, so he keeps the strike to the end of the over. A very, very good breakthrough for Worcestershire. Harris is a big wicket. Jennings is a big wicket as well. He's still there on 13. Swanepoel 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. How many Championship games Flintoff played?
He didn't play any cricket last season.
No.
He played some games at the back end of the 2024 season. I'll have a look at the number of games he's played.
That might be what I'm thinking of. But I've seen him. He certainly played here for the under-19s against India last year. And
six first class matches.
Yeah, and he got his first 100 in the last week
in the One Day Cup.
In the One Day Cup, yeah. So I know that was at Taunton. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah.
Weight is in and bowls to him, and there you go, nicely timed. It's in the air slightly, but he's worked it away through mid wicket for 2. A long chase for Taylor. So Flintoff looked busy, and he's off the mark. 26 for 3. We expected it to be tough this morning for the batters after Worcestershire won the toss. It's been made even tougher by the fact that they've bowled extremely well, and they've taken any chances that have come along. His weight again is in to Flintoff, and well runs for him here. He's scoring at a rare old rate, this time off the edge though, down to third man for 2. Would have gone for 4 last week, and for the previous 8 weeks probably, but the outfield is considerably slower, as it is probably all around the country today, and just a couple as it's pursued back to third man. Dan Latigan is back out there, isn't he, having gone off for a little bit of treatment, having made a sliding stop. I think we think that he might just have caught his spikes and just had a little cut on his knee or something, because he went off for some treatment. Weight bowls again, and Flintoff drives. Gosh, he looks purposeful, doesn't he? Rocky Flintoff. He's hit 1 through mid wicket for 2, gone quite hard at one that he's edged down to third man for 2, and then he's whacked that one straight back at the bowler. He's clearly, and I've seen him before as well, he's that kind of player, isn't he? If he bats for an hour, he won't get fewer than 25 or 30, I wouldn't have thought. But the danger is, on a pitch like this, that he might just be taking it on a little bit too early, I suppose. Weight into him again, bowls, and a solid forward defensive this time, back past the bowler. And there's no run. Bright sunshine when it comes out from behind the clouds. There are quite a few clouds around. Hoping that we can get through the day unscathed. Not too sure, looking at the forecast, that we won't get some rain this afternoon. Never know, never quite know, but most forecast apps that I've had a look at suggest mid-afternoon. There might be some interruptions. Weight in again, bowls to Flintoff. Again, a really good looking, well-timed drive, but straight to D'Oliveira at mid-off. Flintoff goes for a walk. He's bristling, isn't he, with eagerness, it seems to me, at the moment. Tall, quite stylish. That was a lovely shot. Technically really nicely executed. 3 slips waiting. Swanepoel being brought in to that slightly closer catching position at short mid-wicket, which is exactly where Rocky Flintoff chipped the first ball of the over through for a couple. Wait into him, bowls. Not going to chip that one up because it's back of a length and he's on the back foot this time. Standing tall, plays up to mid-on. End of the over. Jennings 13, Flintoff 4. Lancashire have lost. Hurst for 2, Bohannon for 1, Harris for 4. They are 28 for 3.
Yes, they've rejigged their batting lineup for this game. Lancashire last week against Northamptonshire, they had Shetty, Flintoff and Moores in their middle order, which obviously is exciting and it's a great chance for the young player. It's also obviously a couple of teenagers and it's quite an experience, isn't it? But having gone back to Hurst to open, it meant that Harris can bat at 4. I suppose it gave them a little bit of extra experience in the middle. But they're into Flintoff. Shetty will be due in next as well. Swanepoel around the wicket to Jennings, who very calmly, as he has done all morning, just leans into it and defends to mid-off, and there's no run.
He's played and missed a few times, but we'll give him that because of the circumstances. And I don't know Keaton Jennings, and you do, and you've watched a lot more of him than I have, but he just gives that air of unflappability at the crease. Whatever, it doesn't matter, white ball, T20 or anything, just seems to me like a man who's at ease with himself when he's out in the middle.
Well, it's just Swanepoel who off the back foot and defends, no run.
Might well not be the case. He might be going through all kinds of mental agonies out there, but it doesn't look like it.
No, for his very high standards, he's a reasonably quiet season, but I think he's got 1,000 runs in at least the last 2, if not the last 3 seasons for Lancashire, so he's just a little bit down on numbers this year, but he's not on his own, Keaton Jennings, but I understand what you're saying there. He does have that real presence, doesn't he, I think, at the top of the order for Lancashire. Swanepoel to Jennings, off the back foot, trying to find a gap through the offside, punching his batting frustration there. There's just a little bit of width on offer from Swanepoel.
Missed out on that one, didn't he? Yeah.
He sent it straight to cover.
That's what I was talking about before, and that he did so well early on, is that when the opportunity to score came along, he took it, but he just went a bit hard at that one. He wanted to play it a bit later and a bit squarer, I think.
Quite get it into the gap he was hoping for. 3 slip catches, a backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square, fine leg. That's just brushed off the pad, I think. He's deflected down towards the fine leg boundary. It won't reach the rope. It's stopped by the keeper. Yeah, there's no bat on that. It's just deflecting off maybe the thigh pad of Keaton Jennings. So a leg bye, so he stays on 13. Lancashire move on to 29 for 3. And brings Flintoff on strike, facing Swanepoel for the first time. It's been a very positive and confident start from Rocky Flintoff. Looking over his shoulders, sees the 3 slip catches all crouching down. Swanepoel over the wicket to Flintoff, he's left that. And through to the keeper. And there's no run. 29 for 3. Again, having a little wander again, is Flintoff. Towards square leg. Jennings leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. 3 slip catches all nattering away to each other, waiting for a chance that might just flash off the edge of the Flintoff bat. Final ball of the over, Swanepoel into Flintoff again, that's left, just tails back in a fraction and through to the keeper, and there's no run. End of the over. 29 for 3. It was a maiden that for Swanepoel with just the leg bye. Jennings on 13 and Flintoff on 4.
Yeah, second consecutive maiden for Swanepoel. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9. Big wicket, Marcus Harris. It's one they would have wanted. Jennings would be the other. If they could get Jennings before lunch, I think Worcestershire would feel they'd had a fantastic morning, having won the toss. But and they would have wanted it. I mean, I don't think you win a toss in these conditions and are happy if you don't get at least 3 or 4 by lunch. Wait in bowls. Jennings all the time in the world to just push that down on the offside. Keaton Jennings, having batted for 57 deliveries for his 13, really wants to go on now. He doesn't want to use up. Well, not that it's really a case of using up overs. It's not like a limited over game, but he kind of got in as much as anybody, or more than anybody, and really will feel that he needs to still be there at lunch, and maybe for quite a bit longer after that as well. Wait again into him, bowls, and he's forward pushing out on the offside. He really does appear to have so much time, doesn't he? And that might be what gives me that impression I keep going on about, how sort of comfortably he is at the crease. Talk about players that have time to play, and they always give that air of being relaxed at the crease. Jennings certainly does that. His weight in again over the wicket, bowls to Jennings, and he leaves that alone. Good leave, quite close to the off stump as it goes through to Henry Cullen behind the stumps. Worcestershire unchanged from the side which won at Cheltenham last week. Cullen continues to deputise for the injured Gareth Roderick. Interestingly, you're talking about the slips chatting there, because you've got Worcestershire's 3 slips are Ben Allison, Adam Hose and Rayhan Adavalath. Adavalath, really a newcomer to the side, and certainly a newcomer to the cordon. Wait in again, bowls, and Jennings just tucks him away off his pads for a single out to square leg. Latigan fields. Latigan is taking a catch this morning at backward point. Can field in the slips. Gibbon, who's a sub, was a sub when Latigan was off, can field in the slips. Hose has fielded in the slips with mixed success over the last couple of years. Often would be found at first. Allison's only gone in there at times this season, has done okay, but Worcestershire haven't got a cordon that you've got used to seeing over the years. It's for one reason and another, they are where they are. Waite bowls, and Flintoff times that nicely through the covers. Only going to get a couple for it. Didn't even go off the square actually, but he's found the gap, and he's looked busy since he came in. 2 more to him, he goes to 6. You get periods in a county cycle where you have a slip cordon that you get used to seeing. We saw that here in the sort of mid to late 2010s with Mitchell and Fell and Ricky Vessels, who always stood at first and didn't miss much, and they got to know each other really well. But for various reasons over the years since then, Worcestershire have been reinventing the slip cordon. Waite bowls, Flintoff pushes out on the offside, no run, end of the over, 32 for 3. Josh Baker, sadly no longer with us, was turning into a good slip fielder, but we've seen all sorts of people in there this year. Ethan Brooks has become quite good, and of course he's now out for the rest of the season, so it's important, and it's hurt them a couple of times, where in games where 2 or 3 have gone down because they haven't got experience in there, so they have to practice hard and work at it. So important, isn't it?
Yeah, and it takes a bit of understanding too, doesn't it? You speak to Keaton Jennings quite a bit about it. He's slip fielder for years now, and he talks to me about how it does take time, doesn't it, to get used to the guys around you, to that kind of understanding.
Exactly where to stand and what to go for.
Swipe ball into to Jennings. That's allowed to go through to the keeper, and there's no run. 32 for 3. Lancashire, Keaton Jennings and Rocky Flintoff are the 2 batters together. Lancashire losing the wickets of Matthew Hurst, Josh Bohannon and Marcus Harris. A wicket each for Taylor Waite and Swanepoel.
You can always tell a really good slip fielder, Scott, I think.
Swanepoel balls to Jennings. That's edged down to past third slip. And run down towards the boundary. Might even go for 4. No, it's just flicked back from the boundary rope. Thinking of coming back for a third there, but Flintoff slipped at the non-striker's end. So just 2.
Took a big tumble,
didn't he?
Yeah, I was going to say, you can always tell a good slip fielder when they take a catch by the way they react. And if they take it and just chuck it away. Then they're pretty used to doing it, you know. If they go mad, that tells you everything, I think.
Swanepoel to Jennings. That's nicely tucked away into the onside. Scooped up at the leg side boundary.
It always tickles me when a slip fielder takes a catch and they run off and celebrate. And I mean, obviously a big moment, but if it's just a routine one, you think, you don't catch many.
Yeah, they've given it away though, Bentley. There's not very subtle, that reaction, is it really?
I remember being in charge of a game on the field next to us here at the King's School when I was in my teaching career, and we took a catch. The team I was coaching took a catch. It was probably close to the end of June.
Swanepoel's into Flintoff. Flintoff drives, it's in the air, it's flashed away behind square, beyond the reach of Backwell Point. It'll bring Flintoff 4 down towards the deep Backwell Point boundary.
He's not hanging around, is he? He's into double figures off just 12 deliveries. Anyway, this catch was taken at slip. It was close to the end of June, it was nearly the end of term. We played about 20 games, and lad caught it at slip. The celebrations were absolutely epic. And the coach from the other team turned to me and he said, "What's that? Is that his 50th wicket or something like that?" I said, "No, it's the first slip catch we've taken all season."
Right at the back end of the season. Brilliant. That's worth a proper celebration, that, isn't it?
Yeah, brilliant.
39 for 3. Swanepoel for Worcestershire in and ball. Back of a length to Flintoff. It just nips back in towards him too. The ball just drops into the offside. There's no addition to the score. Flintoff on 10, Jennings on 17. 40 minutes remaining of the morning session. Lancashire 39 for 3. Still got the 3 slip catches. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. And there's 2 on the leg side boundary, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. Flintoff forward in defence, and that comes off the inner half of the bat and deflects up towards mid-on. End of the over. It's quite busy, that one, for Lancashire. Perhaps their most profitable one of the morning. 7 coming off it. 39 for 3. At the end of the 21st over. Frank Watson is leaving us, and Clive Egan will return. Lunch at 10 past 1 today with the extra overs that we're trying to make up for time lost on the first day. Will be wait to continue from the new road end. Keaton Jennings, Lancashire opener, on strike. Wait hustles in over the wicket and angles it across. Jennings, it's left by the left-hander and taken by the keeper. And there's no run.
Yes, it has the makings of a long day if the weather holds.
It does. Yeah, we'll last week against Northamptonshire, the same thing happened at Old Trafford. We're making up time, 104 over days. We're still going at 7:30, I think, on the second day. Yeah, it was a long old slog.
Yeah.
Waiting again. Squad number 6 on his back. Slightly leans forward. Jig-jag approach to begin with. In and balls. Again, solid front foot defence from Jennings, smothering the ball up towards mid-off. No run.
So I followed the Surrey Notts game the last round. I think it was the second day, finished about 7:30. In fact, I can't remember where I was. I got into a car at the end of a day's play when I was commentating somewhere, and it was actually when I was at Southport, and I switched on the radio, and lo and behold, they were still commentating on the Sussex game. This was, I think, after 7:30.
Wait. Into Jennings, is on the walk, just a step or 2 towards the bowler, then cushions it defensively to point. No run.
It's good for Lancashire. They got a few runs in the last couple of overs. Just need to. It's a difficult balance, but they need to get some runs on the board, don't they? As they battle their way through, they can get to. It's a long way to go to lunch. But they can get to lunch. Even 4 down wouldn't be too bad as long as they've got some runs on the board. In these conditions, I would suggest.
Kind of got themselves going a little bit with the way that Flintoff's approached it. Jennings content to continue his approach and calmly again just leaves that, allows it to go through, watches it very closely into the gloves of Cullum, and then comes wandering down the pitch. Wait, marching back to his mark. 39 for 3. And a change of line here, so he's bowled over the wicket to Keaton Jennings in the first 4 deliveries of this over. The final 2 will be sent around the wicket. Slightly adjusts his guard as Keaton Jennings, as a result of that bowling angle change from weight. It's just a little short, and it's pulled actually out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary by Keaton Jennings. He advanced a step or so down the pitch towards weight. It wasn't a full-blooded pull shot, and he can, as he has done so far in the innings, very calmly played, just eased on the pull through mid-wicket for a couple.
Yeah, Dan Nottingham back on the field doing the fielding. He fell over as he completed that delivery, Matthew Waite.
Final ball of the over, 41 for 3. Waite springs into life and bowls a little bit fuller. Jennings playing forward, defending to cover, and there's no runs. Just those two coming off that over. Lancashire 41 for 3. Jennings on 19. Flintoff on 10.
Crikey, my laptop in the bottom corner is saying thunderstorm in effect.
Oh dear. That's not ideal, is it?
We're all right at the moment. England got their first wicket at Lords. Pakistan 10 for 1. England all out for 290. Jofra Archer striking it. And you can hear Baraders announcing Tom Taylor comes in. Bayer's Swanepoel, relatively expensive, but he did get the wicket. The wickets have been shared by 3 different bowlers. Swanepoel 5 overs, 1 for 16. Tom Taylor's opening spell was 6 overs, 1 for 6. Comes in now to bowl, 3 slips in place to Flintoff, who defends that to mid-on. Not sure he defended it quite out of the middle of the bat, but keeps it out comfortably enough. Elsewhere in the championship, weather in some places. Chelmsford, Essex are going well, 100 for 2. Applying to Surrey, who are in severe danger of being dragged into the relegation picture. Surrey, they were all out for 193. After losing 2 early wickets, Notts, the championship leaders, are steady nicely at Edgbaston, 73 for 2 now against 3rd place Warwickshire. Still haven't played today at Scarborough, which is a shame. Taylor in, and he just stands up to that one, Flintoff, and pushes out to the offside. There's no run. No play at Cardiff either, where they had 17 wickets on day 1, but haven't been able to get on so far today. Sussex were going well. They have lost a couple of wickets of late, 156 for 4 in reply to Somerset's 202. In the second division, started today at Derby. Derbyshire 66 for 1 against Middlesex. Northampton have been fighting back. There's very much a promotion battle, 2nd against 3rd. Second place Kent, 152 without loss overnight, 228 for 5 now. This next one is driven by Flintoff. That's through the offside, and Brett Oliver really gives chase. He will get to it before it can reach the ropes, but it's 2 runs to Flintoff, who moves on to 12. 43 for 3. And just to wrap up the scores, Durham dominating the second division this season. Ross and Wickets, but they got a first innings lead, 212 for 5. They already lead Gloucestershire by 75 at Chester Street. Fancy covering Trinbago Knight Riders against the Barbados Tyrants?
Sounds
Tridents
good.
in the Caribbean Premier League in Port of Spain today?
Yes, I'm up for that.
Well, it doesn't come out of the middle of the bat. Trying to drive that Flintoff. It comes off the inside edge and goes to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Vatican Fields. Lancashire put in this morning. Lost 3 wickets. Hope Jennings is still there, battling, as in comes Tom Taylor. Pole, that's left. Didn't bounce very high, that one. It was wide, so Flintoff was able to leave it comfortably. Might have nipped back a little bit, but didn't get up. Ben Allison is limbering up. It looks like he's going to return. Worcestershire turning to their 2 opening bowlers. Sun comes out again. Uninterrupted morning thus far. An interesting morning. Lancashire battling away. Flintoff just changing the tone of the innings a little bit since he's come on. Taylor to Flintoff, wraps him on the pads. He's appealing there. Might be a little high perhaps, but Flintoff did miss it, and the verdict is not out, and it's 43 for 3 at the end of 23 overs.
Yeah, bowling change too from this New Road end. The wait spell comes to an end. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9. And Ben Allison comes back, so he opened the bowling from the New Road end this morning with 6 over spell. Went for just 7. And what was a pretty mean start from Worcestershire. Taylor and Allison's opening spell gave absolutely nothing away. Priced out a wicket of Hurst. Lancashire were 7 for 1 in the 7th over. And 43 for 3 now as we start the 24th over of the Lancashire first innings. So Allison back in. He's around the wicket to Keaton Jennings. He's full and Jennings drives. And it's bouncing up towards Tom Taylor, who's at mid-off. There's no run. Allison with 3 slip catches, and then backward point, cover, and mid-off. And the leg side is a mid-on, there's a mid-wicket, and fine leg. 43 for 3. There's half an hour left of the opening session of the game. And now we're on to day 2. Allison to Jennings, full again, just leans into it, guides the ball out to backward point. And there's no run, quite bright and sunny. It's been pretty warm, hasn't it? Yesterday it's been quite humid through the course of the last couple. I arrived on Wednesday night to the hotel, got out of the car in the car park, and it must have been north of 20 degrees. It was really hot, sultry evening. The thunderstorms actually on the way down were pretty epic on Wednesday, all the way down the M6 and then onto the M5. The flashes of lightning all the way along the journey on Wednesday night. It just nips away from Jennings through to the keeper, and there's no run. Arrived through into Worcester and parked up in the car park, and still the lightning was crackling and flashing away. There's no rain, just lightning in the sky.
Yeah, particularly when the cloud cover disappears, it does get pretty warm still.
43 for 3. Allison into Jennings, plays forward and defends, just leaning into it once more, deflecting it this time to the leg side. It's bouncing up to mid-on, in addition to the Lancashire score. Jennings 19 from 73 deliveries. And he's tried to, and has done so far, managed to give at least the impression of being very calm and controlled and in charge. Out there as Allison's in to Jennings, that's left. Keeper Conlon takes it, just skipping a pace to his right hand side, and the ball nestles into his gloves about chest height. Again, no run. 43 for 3. Wait, he's at mid-on, jogging a few paces in front of himself, and then Taylor, who's at mid-off, is lobbing the ball back to the bowler, and Allison alongside a pile of sawdust is in to complete the over, with Jennings waiting. Just drops it away to the offside, and there's no run, so he starts with a maiden, his first over back in for his second spell of the day. Maiden for Ben Allison. Lancashire 43 for 3.
Yes, Keaton Jennings content to play out that maiden reasonably comfortably. Tom Taylor continues from the Diglis end. Slightly longer sessions because of the rain yesterday, so have to bar for an extra 10 minutes to get to lunch. Tea will be at 4 o'clock, assuming the weather stays fair to play in. That's left by Flintoff. Bit of bounce. Flintoff leaves it. Feels strangely familiar saying Flintoff. Leaves that. Rocky Flintoff on the circuit, Archie Vaughan of course as well.
Making you feel old, Clive.
Yeah, it's when the grandchildren start playing that you really... That one is driven nicely by Flintoff, and it's well stopped. That's a really good effort. For Adam Hose there at mid-off, but that was a really good stop. That looked to be racing towards the boundary. As it is, they just get the one.
Yeah, he caught that nicely, didn't he, Flintoff? He timed that beautifully, just trying to caress it through the covers. It was a good stop.
Takes a score of 44 for 3. This one from Taylor's driven not out of the middle of the bat. It's fielded at mid-off. It might actually be, was it Matthew Waite who made that stop? Anyway, it was a good effort. It wasn't Hose because he's in the slip cordon. But, 3 runs saved there, and every run feels precious in this game as Lancashire try to get to lunch without any further damage. It's hit in the air by Jennings. It's going to be safe though, and it's a good tumbling stop. Restricts him to 2 runs. I'd appreciate the efforts in the field there. That's Fatah Singh with a very good stop.
The biggest applause in the morning, that, isn't it? That piece of fielding. That was.
Well, the good fielding has saved probably 5 runs in this over. 46 for 3. It's hit in the air, but safely enough by Jennings, and moves on to 21 off 77 balls. It's been very watchful this morning, but if he can get through to lunch, he'll be very happy with that. And he's leant back and hit that into the ground. Looks like he's looking to increase the pace a bit, but he's hit it straight to Dan Latigan. So there's no run. It's 46 for 3. Taylor round the wicket again to Jennings, who defends that one out to the offside for no run.
Well, it turned out to be quite a decent over, but that's, I think, because of the hard work from Fatah Singh, maybe Swanepoel as well at mid-on. So it's good work between a couple of fielders there to make sure that there's not too much damage done.
Yes, apologies, it was Swanepoel with that stop earlier. But Lancashire getting tantalisingly close to low too. Certainly they would have settled for 3 down, I think.
I think so, yeah. Felt pretty tricky, didn't it, this morning? The ball was moving around a lot. And they would kind of take about 50 for 3, I think, having been put in. If it's something in that area. Well, Ben Allison starts and stops.
For no obvious reason, really. Just didn't get his stride right.
Yeah. Flintoff on strike, but he didn't pull away or anything like that, so just something didn't quite feel right for Ben Allison. Back to his bowling mark again, and we'll try again. Flintoff on 13, 46 for 3. Allison's over the wicket to Flintoff, who allows that to travel through to the keeper. And there's no run for Flintoff, who, after a very bright and bubbly start, has just slowed things down a fraction here. He's put a couple of gorgeous shots that have picked out fielders actually, but he looked in impressive touch. Flintoff hits the ball so cleanly. He gets right forward. It's a proper solid defensive shot, that, with a great deal of intent as he deflects it to mid-off. Wanders away to square leg. Waite fields the ball for Worcestershire at mid-off. Lobs it up towards Allison, who drops it. Still reaching down to his left to scoop it up off the turf. And again to Flintoff. That's short and pulled pretty emphatically out towards the leg side. One bounce over the rope and 4 for Flintoff. Some dropping short, and Flintoff jumping right into it. He moves on to 17, and that does bring up the 50 for Lancashire. 50 for 3. Pull shot from Flintoff. Rocking onto the back foot, pivoting around. 4.
50 in 154 balls. These two have only added 27 in 9 overs, which is might not sound massive, but it's a significant acceleration from where they were.
50 for 3. Allison comes over the wicket to Flintoff this time. That's turned to the onside. Gathered at mid-wicket by Swanepoel, and there's no run. Jennings leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end with his left hand on his hip. Flintoff rests the bat on his shoulder and then settles into his stance, tapping the bat a couple of times, and Allison is in and bowling to Flintoff. Again, solid intent in that defensive push back down the pitch. Taylor comes around to his left from mid-on, and there's no addition to Lancashire's score. 50 on the board for the loss of Hurst, Bohannon and Harris, but as Clive mentioned, these two have just tried to settle things down and get something going here. They've put on 27 together so far. 1 ball remaining of the over. Allison and again to Flintoff. And Flintoff, from a ball that's just a little back of a length, is playing a calm defensive shot which just drops the ball into the onside, and that completes the over. He's happy with his work in that, Flintoff. He made the most of that ball that was just a little short and was pulled out towards the leg side for 4, and content to defend the final 3 balls of the over. 50 for 3 Lancashire. Flintoff on 17 and Jennings on 21.
So, that's it. Ben Gibbons back on the field. Yeah, he is here. So I'm not sure who's gone off. He's fielding down at long leg. Fateh Singh was in that position on that part of the ground earlier. Might be, maybe he's gone to get bowling boots on or something. Anyway, around the wicket comes Taylor. Attempted drive from Jennings, but he doesn't get hold of it. Goes to mid-off, and there is no run. Umpire just having a chat with the bowler, but maybe his front foot getting close. He's no bowled him once today, and perhaps just warning him that his front foot is getting a bit too close to that front line, or too close to going over it. Taylor coming round the wicket for the left-handed Jennings. He's And again, Jennings takes a little shuffle forward, but lets that one go past. Good little spell for Lancashire. Taking the score to 50 for 3. So we've got 16 minutes scheduled till lunch. Over 8, not lightning quick. 5 minutes to go to the first 2 hours of up, and this is only the 27th over. Taylor around the wicket, Jennings lets it go again.
Yes, which he's done pretty well all morning, hasn't he, Jennings? He's the leave, his defence has been immaculate, really, faultless so far. Be hoping that the work he's put in here, if you can get to lunch, will be rewarded further after lunch. Maybe scoring might just become a little easier as the day goes on. But he's put in plenty of hard work here, Keaton Jennings.
Lets that one go. There's no run. 6.5 years since his last Test match, last of 17, when he played against West Indies. February 2019.
He's not far away from 13,000 first-class runs, is he? I think he came into this game, I'd have to double-check this, I think he needed 50 potentially, something like that, in that area to get to 13,000 first-class runs.
In comes Taylor. And takes half a step forward. There's no run. Yes, I mentioned it earlier. He went through a spell. I can't remember whether he was with Surrey or Durham at the time, but he went through a spell. That's the best part of season when he couldn't seem to buy a run. But you always thought he'll turn it around eventually, which he did.
Yeah, I remember speaking to him. It would have been before 2020, and he had a really torrid spell. I remember speaking to him after a game at Sussex, and he was struggling, and it was a really interesting interview, a very open interview from Keaton about how he's trying to deal with that and deal with the lack of runs and his battles with that.
Taylor around the wicket. It's a pain for an LBW here. Sounded like there was a bit of wood on that, but anyway, it's not out. And it's 50 for 3 at the end of the 27th over.
Yeah, he spoke really, really well about the challenges and the highs and lows, and as a batter, what kind of demons you're having to deal with, and the way you're having to try and force your way back into some form. So that had been quite a few years ago, but there was certainly that little period where I remember having a conversation that he was struggling. But I think the form in the last 4 or 5 years has been outstanding. I mean, even with Lancashire's struggles, and he's been captain of Lancashire the season they got relegated, for example. I think he scored 1,000 runs that season. As Allison's in to Flintoff, that's in the air for a fraction as he looks to drive. It bounces in front of cover, however, and there's no run. But he's been with Lancashire for a number of years now, and he's been absolutely outstanding for Lancashire. He's been a great addition for all different reasons, for his runs, but his kind of leadership as well. I think he sets a great example to others. He's a fine addition to Lancashire when he left Durham. Allison to Flintoff. Flintoff drives. Tumbling stop at mid-off by Matthew Waite. Good stop. Been good in the field this morning of Worcestershire. 34 years of age now, Jennings. He comes to terms with feeling this is his international career done. I think he's made peace with all that. Yeah. Well, it was suggested, wasn't it, a year or two ago, I think, but not sure how much Flintoff punches into the offside for no run, how much that's kind of occupying his mind at the minute.
The openers aren't exactly cementing their places, are they, at the moment?
No, I don't want to speak for him, but I think maybe he felt that under the previous regime that perhaps that his approach maybe not have fitted in, maybe. 50 for 3. Jennings. The non-strikers in at the minute. The battle is between Allison and Flintoff. Flintoff neatly in behind it. Defends to mid-on, and there's no run. 17 not out, Rocky Flintoff, and walking away towards square leg. Resting his bat on his right shoulder. And as the bowler walks back to his mark, Flintoff walks back into the crease. Perfectly timed for Allison, who gets to the top of his mark, loops back round and sets off again. 3-slip catches crouching down, in and bowls. Flintoff moves into it and defends again. Full face of the bat, ball deflects back down the pitch. Score remains on 50 for 3.
Yes, that's that little flurry of runs. Worcestershire pulled it back a little bit in terms of stopping the runs being scored, but I want at least one more before lunch, if not two.
A final chance in this over for Ben Allison. It's the final ball of it into Flintoff, and nicely guided away through the leg side, just off his hip. And he's tucked that out towards square leg. Has he timed it well for 4? Oh, he has. What a lovely shot from Flintoff. Just eased away off his hip to square leg for 4, and that pushes Lancashire to 54 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yes, so much for stopping the run scoring. 4 scored there. Scott's just going to tell the folk of Lancashire and the surrounding area all about it. But, getting close to lunch now, and you'd probably say it's been an even session, or possibly even slightly favouring Lancashire if it remains 3 down at lunch, especially after Worcestershire put the home side in. Tom Taylor will try and get that crucial 4th wicket before the interval. He comes round the wicket to Jennings, who's and ahs. I think he did keep his bat inside, but I think a slower delivery from Taylor. Jennings shrugs his shoulders somewhat as Worcestershire look as if they can't believe that they didn't get him out with that ball. It stays 54 for 3. And Taylor, his forward is in again. That's left outside off stump. There's no run. Jennings comes down the pitch. Probably this over and 1 more to go. Maybe they might get 2 more in after this one. Before lunch, will we see the traditional over a spin? Fateh Singh, who I think has come back on for Ben Gibbon down here at long leg, has done a couple of practice deliveries. I think we'll see him on as he comes down the pitch. Jennings plays a lovely cover drive, won't go all the way. Matthew Waite will chase it down, but he'll get 2 more, and Jennings is on to 23, and it's 56 for 3 Lancashire. Worcestershire had hopes of blowing them away in the morning session, hasn't quite materialised. 3 wickets taken by 3 different bowlers. Tom Taylor, Matthew Waite and Bears Swanepoel, reducing Lancashire to 23 for 3 by the 17th over, but they're now 56 for 3. Taylor to Jennings, who nudges that round his pads for a single. Another run. It's 57 for 3. Jennings on to 24. Puts Rocky Flintoff back on strike. As Taylor mops his brow. As we say, it's still pretty warm out there. Still a couple of Worcestershire fielders wearing jumpers. That one is just clipped round his toes to mid-wicket by Flintoff. That's a good shot. Won't go all the way. And in fact, I think he has to settle for 2 in the end. A decent shot. 59 for 3. Some Taylor turning, sun shining again, the old grey cloud overhead, but weather's held this morning. He stands up to that one. Flintoff hits it into the ground, back to the bowler, no run. 59 for 3. We've got 5 minutes to lunch, so maybe 2 overs in, especially as I think Fatih Singh has just removed his cap, so he's going to come and bowl this next over.
Yes, spin for the first time this morning, so Ben Allison with us a little short burst before lunch. 3 over spell from the new road end, so he's bowled 9 overs, 4 maidens for 15. Ben Allison, but I see some spin. At least 1 over, might just be 1 over of it. I'm sure there will be. Just before the lunch break. 2 batters meet in the middle, Keaton Jennings and Rocky Flintoff in conversation. And protective gear being carried out to the middle as well.
It's a curious tradition in county cricket, isn't it? The spinner coming on for the last over before lunch.
Well, he's still got his Worcestershire jumper on here. He's feeling a little bit of a chill. He's got Keaton Jennings on strike. Just the one slip catcher. Keeper standing up behind the stumps. Into Jennings. That's manoeuvred out towards square leg off his front foot. Just turns it across that pad. Out towards square leg for a single. Takes him to 25. It's 60 for 3.
Lancashire in the end doing pretty well this morning. They lost Matty Hurst, who battled for 7 overs before Matty Hurst miscued one to backward point off Tom Taylor for 2. That was 7 for 1. Then got to the 14th over before Josh Bohannon was LBW to Matthew Wake. Not much doubt about that. He made 1.
Flintoff prodding forward. The ball slides past the edge of the bat.
And they looked at some trouble where Marcus Harris gave a return catch off a leading edge to Bayers Swanepoel for 4, 22 for 3 in the 17th. But here we are, 60 for 3.
Flintoff defending bat to Singh.
In the 30th, Keaton Jennings faced 90 balls now batted through the session for his 25, and Rocky Flintoff has come in, played a few shots on 23.
Singh balls to Flintoff, that's edged and caught. Flintoff falls right on the stroke of lunch, and Fatih Singh gets a 4th Lancashire wicket. He's bowled a couple of beautiful deliveries to Flintoff. The first one that beat him was a lovely ball from the left arm spinner to the right hander, and that one Flintoff goes off the back foot and plays at it and edges to slip and looks towards the skies in frustration. Now that is a wicket, and it's lunch as well. Lancashire 60 for 4 at lunch. Flintoff out for 23.
Yeah, Flintoff can't quite believe it, throws his hair back in frustration. Must be just about on the lunch boundary. It was 8 minutes past now, but we're within 2 minutes. Off we go for lunch, and that just put a little bit of a different complexion of the session. I still don't think that's been a disastrous session for Lancashire by any means. Probably call that one fairly even in the end. Crucially for them, Jennings is still there on 25, but Lancashire 60 for 4 at lunch. We will see you again in a little under 40 minutes.
Heading towards the middle. Brett Oliveira leading Worcestershire off the field. During the Lancashire innings,
well, welcome back to New Road, where we had a full morning session play, and Lancashire are resuming on 60 for 4, having lost a wicket in the final over before lunch. Fateh Singh, the spinner, having a Rocky Flintoff caught at slip by Ben Allison. So Singh has still got 2 balls of his over to bowl. And the new batter is facing at the moment, and that's pushed back down the pitch. Shetty is a new batter. And he's played that one straight back to the bowler. There's no run. And Fateh Singh, short little stride in, and that's wide, short and wide, and that's punished. Shetty takes full advantage. That was a little bit of a gift, and it's 4 runs. 64 for 4. Shetty's off the mark, second ball.
Well, I don't want to be disrespectful to Fateh Singh after he picked up that wicket, and it was an important one just before lunch. But what you saw there at the end of the over is basically what has held him back in his season, really, for Worcestershire, in the sense that, and we saw it at Cheltenham last week, he struggles to bowl 2-3 overs without releasing the pressure, with often that short one, that drag down. But, you know, fair play, he's got the wicket, and it's an important breakthrough just before lunch, because Flintoff was playing well, I thought, pretty fluent, quite aggressive. Matthew Waite is taking up the attack from the Diglis end. Bowled pretty well this morning, got a wicket in his first over. That was from the New Road end. Bowls now to Jennings, who is forward and pushing into the covers where Latigan fields. So Shetty, the new batsman, and Arav Shetty, Manchester Grammar School boy, off spinner, right hand batsman. Might have a part to play with his off spin on this pitch, judging by what we saw from Singh, because he turned a couple quite significantly in that one over that we've seen. And Noman Ali, of course, will play a big part as well. You would have thought, the Pakistan Test left arm spinner. Jennings plays this one out defensively on the onside. So Worcestershire will have work to do. The pitch here at New Road has been conducive to spin bowling this season generally, and although it's damp and rain affected, and has been helpful to the seamers this morning. That one over from Singh shows that there will be a response for the spinners as well, you would imagine. Waite bowls and Jennings drives through the gap on the offside, just beginning to find a bit more fluency. Keaton Jennings goes to 27 with those 2 runs, 93 deliveries faced.
Yes, he worked hard this morning, Keaton Jennings, without ever looking in too much trouble. But he was watchful.
A lot of time, I thought. Had a lot of time to play. Most of the bowling. Played and missed a few times, but you can't begrudge him that in these circumstances. Matthew Waite in, and Jennings is on the walk and clips this one away down to long leg where Fateh Singh does the fielding. Welcome to listeners to Sports Extra. The news that here at Worcester, Lancashire, having been put into bat, have moved on to 67 for 4. We're in the first full over after lunch. Lunch was taken when Fateh Singh dismissed Rocky Flintoff, caught at slip for 23. And he had his over to finish after the interval. And Keaton Jennings has moved on to 28. He's been there since the start. This one from Waite is defended by Shetty very late, jamming the bat down on that, squeezing it out on the onside. Matthew Waite, the bowler, who is about to complete the 31st over of the innings. And Lancashire, since losing the toss and being put in this morning, have lost Matty Hurst for 2, Josh Bohannon for 1, Marcus Harris for 4, and, as I said just before lunch, Rocky Flintoff for 23. Flintoff looked fluent. Keaton Jennings hasn't been fluent, but he has been obdurate out there. Waite in bowls, and Shetty gets an inside edge, looking to play out on the offside. The ball takes the inside edge, runs out on the leg side. There's no run. It's the end of the over from Matthew Waite. 67 for 4 Lancashire. 31 overs completed. The weather is bright after yesterday's washout. We are not confident, however, that it will remain bright throughout the afternoon, given that the forecast suggests there could be interruptions mid-afternoon. Well,
Fateh Singh came on for the last over before lunch, but having got the wicket, he's been rewarded with a continuation of his spell. He will continue. One slip in place, bowling to Keaton Jennings. Comes in, left arm over. Jennings pads that away outside off stump. So, yeah, partnership of 37 for that 4th wicket, which in the context of the innings has sort of got Lancashire going a little bit. That's a nice little dab sweep shot from Jennings. Matthew Waite gives chase. He will cut it off, but it'll be 2 runs down to fine leg. And Jennings on to 30. Playing an important innings for his team. 69 for 4. Singh just responding to that shot by getting this back of square leg just around a little bit more. That one is prodded in the air momentarily onto the offside for no run. I meant to ask you, is that the pencil case you lost a while ago? Oh, never found that.
No, never found it. No, never found it. Absolute disaster.
Singh bowls, that's clipped to mid-wicket for a single by Jennings.
Yeah, absolute disaster. Had a lovely fluffy pencil case which had belonged to one or both of my daughters at various times. But it's not just the case, Clive, it's the contents of it. No, very, very disappointing loss.
Singh round the wicket to Shetty, who leads back and it's hit it straight to cover, where it is caught brilliantly.
A Davalath.
By Davalath, and he goes Shetty for 4. And a little bit of a bonus wicket. Fateh Singh gets his second. It was attacking intent from Shetty, and probably 8 times out of 10 that would have flown to the boundary, but in this case it was cut off. And Davalath takes a terrific catch and Lancashire are 5 down.
Yeah, that was a bonus wicket, I think, as you quite rightly said, Clive, with Shetty. It was a full-length ball. To be fair, he leaned back, didn't he? He was looking to whack it away on the offside, didn't lean into it and hit it along the ground, leant back, gave it a real whack, and Rayhan Adavalath, who was in pretty close at extra cover, reaching high up to his right, above head height, and taking an excellent catch. Ben Walkden is the new man coming in.
Wickets in successive overs there for Fateh Singh. And well, he bowled that one sort of long hop in the last over, which hit for 4, but he's forgiven that if he keeps taking wickets.
Absolutely. The first wicket to Flintoff, made him play, turned and bounced, really good bit of bowling. That one, as you described it, bit of a bonus in the sense that it wasn't a great delivery. It was hammered away. It was a great catch. Really good catch.
So, Walkden comes in, Lancashire having just shown signs of maybe building something here. We're not expecting it to be a high-scoring game. Now find themselves back in a little bit of trouble. It's Ben Walkden, who did finish 22 not out in the defeat against Northants at Old Trafford in the second innings.
Different circumstances, you would say.
That was his first-class debut, and he just defends that and plays that back to the bowler. There's no run. More applause for Fateh Singh, and Lancashire 70 for 5 at the end of 32.
Yeah, Singh 2 overs, no mains, 2 for 8. We're pretty happy with that. Lancashire with 2 frontline spinners in their side, particularly Noman Ali, the Pakistani test spinner, tall left armour, 100 test wickets, nearly 500 first class wickets, average of 25 in both formats. He's going to be a difficult customer to handle on this pitch if he gets turn and bounce. Bright sunshine now as Matthew Wake comes in from the Diglis end of the ground, right arm over the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Jennings, plays up to mid-off. Keaton Jennings has played, well, in my eyes, a fairly typical innings in the sense that, I know he can play all formats, but he's been there since the start. He's faced 99 deliveries for his 31. He's put the bad ball away generally when it's come along. There haven't been many. Worcestershire did bowl very well, particularly in the first hour this morning. But he has batted with the air of a man in complete control out there. Played and missed a few times. We'll allow him that. Very calm, very relaxed at the crease. And just taken on the thigh pad by this one, which drops down on the leg side. Henry Cullen, the wicket-keeper, moves across to gather. And the batsman effectively just walk through for the easiest of leg byes, which takes the score on to 71 for 5. Worcestershire, having won the toss, picked up 4 wickets in the morning session, which was slightly extended by the fact that we're having 104 overs today in theory after yesterday's total washout. Matthew Waite in again, bowls, and Walkden is on the back foot, just pushing out into the covers where bears Swanepoel. South African all-rounder does the fielding, no run.
Quite a black cloud overhead now, but they seem to be drifting over, and it looks a little brighter where the weather's coming from, so hopefully as long as that cloud clears us, we'll have a decent stint of play here.
Brighter to the southwest, definitely. Doesn't matter which weather app we look at, they're all wrong. Here's Waite again, moves towards us, bowls, and again just short of a length on the off stump. Ben Walkden in behind it, pushes out into the covers. Lovely afternoon here at New Road at the moment, as we say. Not a great crowd, not too bad. Quite a few members in the pavilion away to our right. Basil D'Oliveira stand at the far end as we look out from our position at the New Road end is fairly well populated straight either side of the sight green. Not so many further around. Lovely scene as Waite is in and bowls and Walkden is forward, pushing to Swanepoel again in the covers.
A few spectators have taken their seats in the ladies' pavilion to be in prime position when the tea and cakes are announced.
In about half an hour, although there appears to be a movement towards the door as we speak.
They've already arrived.
Worcester's famous ladies' pavilion cakes. Yep, they're going in. There hasn't been an announcement on the public address yet, but they're going in. They're knocking the door down.
They're moving quick, aren't they?
That's the quickest they've moved for a while. His Waite is in again, bowls, and Walkden is turning a fuller ball off his pads to Dan Latigan at mid-wicket. No run end of the over.
My understanding is there's plenty of cake there, so you
don't need to rush.
Calm down.
Yeah.
Anyway,
and they generally bring a bit over here later on in the afternoon.
71 for 5. Fateh Singh. Oh yeah, there's Bradders making the announcement, but I think the horse has bolted there, Bradders, I think. Anyway, Singh to continue, having taken a wicket in each of his first 2 overs. He'll be bowling at Jennings.
It'd be nice if he could turn one back through the gate, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Still one slip in place, but the fielder right on the square leg boundary of Jennings moves his feet, looking to find a way of improvising a shot. He plays it in the end to mid-wicket, where Jake Libby fields it well. Worcestershire's fielding has been pretty good thus far. A couple of very good stops towards lunch. That one is hit aerially, but safe again to Libby. A few oohs and ahs. Singh wearing his sunglasses as he bowls. There's a little shuffle in. Gives that a bit of air, and Jennings comes down the pitch and launches that for a 6. Straight 6 from Jennings. That was beautifully hit. Long on and long off for both up. So, as long as he got hold of it, it was pretty safe. First 6 of the match from Keaton Jennings. 77 for 5.
First attempt of anybody to really go big. Just decided he'd had enough, hadn't he? Singh just floating it up there. It was a real statement of intent, I think. That one's quicker, flatter.
He defends it out to mid-wicket, but manages to scamper through for a single. So he's on to 38 all of a sudden, 78 for 5. Well, we'll give Singh 1 ball to bowl at the new batter, Ben Walkden. Balls around the wicket, Walkden plays back to it, defends it safely into the offside. In fact, I misread the scoreboard. There's still 1 more ball to go this over now. Singh in again, quicker ball, and it's just nudged out onto the onside. No run. So first over that Fateh Singh hasn't got a wicket. He's been hit for 6, 78 for 5. Lancashire after 34 overs with Keaton Jennings on 38.
Yeah, Brett D'Oliveira just having a word with Fateh Singh, and I think it might be coming off. I'm not sure, but I've got a feeling he might be coming off, and they might be reintroducing Seam at this New Road end. Maybe wrong. Jennings certainly untroubled, and it was a statement of intent. He started to come down the pitch to Singh straight from the first ball in that over. Drives this next one from Waite up to mid-off. Taylor fields. No run. 78 for 5 then. And Jennings untroubled, unlike everybody else, to be fair. Flintoff played with some fluency for his 23, but nobody else has reached 5, let alone 10. And the batsman dismissed. Hurst 2, Bohannon 1, Harris 4, Shetty 4 and Flintoff 23. Waite in, bowls. Jennings on the walk, clips this one on the leg side. Wide of D'Oliveira at mid-on. Moves quickly to his left, the Worcestershire captain. And they take a single.
We've had a bit of rain in Birmingham. There was a slightly delayed start to the afternoon session at Edgerton, but they are actually back on, so it was a quick passing shower. Notts 111 for 3 in that crucial top of the table clash in the First Division. Somerset Sussex also a really important game in the title race. Sussex 189 for 6, 13 behind.
Wait into Walkden, who was off the mark with a sweet shot. Back foot drive, square of the wicket on the offside, nicely timed. Thought it was going to go for 4, certainly would have done in drier circumstances. As it is, Jake Libby is able to flick it back just inside the rope at the foot of the steps that lead up to the dressing rooms, and they get 2. Playing this game fairly well across towards the pavilion side of the square here at New Road. And talked about this pitch assisting the spinners this season after a season when it assisted the seamers ridiculous amount last season. This next one from Walkden is driven into the covers and there's no run. But generally, Clive, I think it's fair to say, those of us that watch a lot of cricket here at New Road will tell you that the pitches this year have been a lot better than they were last year, a lot better, and it's just to do, not with the fact that it wasn't flooded, but the timing, I think, of the floods.
Yeah, well, that's right, it was flooded right up to the almost.
Yeah.
There was some doubt whether they'd even be able to start the season here last season, wasn't there?
Yeah, and I think it was the fact that the first flood is Waite bowls and Walkden just stuns that down into the ground. It runs to Adavalath at third slip. The first flood came so early at the end of 24, I think, that the ground staff's work, end of season work, was kind of washed away and they were playing catch up, whereas this year, this winter just gone, the first flood came later and the seed had taken and the grass had taken root and wasn't washed away quite so much. That's a very, very rudimentary explanation of how I understand it. Could be complete nonsense. Waite bowls, and well, he played late at that one, did Walkden. Nipped back quite sharply, I think. Nicely taken by Henry Cullen, but maybe he should have been forward, and he got his footwork wrong, and it was through him. End of the over from Waite, 81 for 5.
Yes, welcome to Gardener's World here at New Road. Don't send us in your calls and questions.
Uncle Frank will answer.
Oh, Fatterson looks like he might be carrying on for one more over. Just taking his cap off.
Misread the signals from Oliveira. And yeah, put a man back as he is doing. Ho's going back, and maybe say, well, you know, if Jennings wants to take a risk, it'd be a big wicket for Worcestershire to get Jennings now, holding things together.
Long on has gone back. It's Oliveira's positioned himself at mid-off, at long off, but halfway up.
Interesting that he's going round the wicket to the left-hander. I think it obviously wanted him to, if he does go big, hit it a little bit wider, maybe to where Hose is.
Jennings has adjusted his guard. There's one slip in place. Singh comes round the wicket and Jennings is happy to turn that round his pads for a comfortable single. Straight down the leg side, Singh, and it's an easy single for Jennings. He's on to 40, 82 for 5. What would be a good score from Lancashire's point of view? They get much beyond 200.
Yeah, they'd be happy with that.
Singh in to bowl to Walkden. And just defends a quicker ball to point. And there's no run. Some blue sky overhead. You saw these clouds, with a few of them around today. In comes Singh, he plays back to that, does Walkden. Won't get a run for it as Libby fields it. In the covers, there's no run.
Well, I'm looking at the Met Office weather, and it's pretty unequivocal that there is rain on the way, but I can't see it myself.
Singh bowls, that's defended to the offside, there's no run. As I said, I had a short shower at Edgbaston, so maybe we might get that a bit later.
It was updated at midday, that forecast.
Singh Bowls, quicker ball. The forecast I heard on BBC Hereford and Worcester suggested there would be showers, but you'd never quite know where they're going to be. Was sort of the implication of what was said. So you might be lucky, you might get away. There might rain somewhere else in Worcester, but not here. Go and help someone else's garden rather than ruin the cricket.
Mine, that'll do.
That one is defended on the onside. There's no run. So, it's 82 for 5. I'm Clive Eakin. Frank Watson will be joined next by Scott Reed.
Thank you very much to Clive Eakin from BBC Hereford and Worcester. Going to watch Matthew Waite continuing from the Diglis end. Inevitably much talk about the weather when a game is affected, as this one has been already, and is shortened, and the light has changed a little bit as the cloud has come over. A little bit gloomy now as Waite prepares to bowl to the left-handed Jennings, who has been there since the start, 40 not out off 107 deliveries. Played and missed a few times but hasn't given any chances, and has generally speaking looked pretty comfortable. And Waits now as Waite bowls to him round the wicket, and that one's 4 short outside the off stump and cut away by Jennings to the longest boundary on the ground. Waite kicks the ground, very angry with himself. Jennings made no mistake and cut it away behind square out towards the 7 side of the ground. Just beat Latigan to the rope. 44 now to the tall Lancashire left-hander. Other than him, only Rocky Flintoff with 23 has made double figures. Worcestershire bowled pretty well this morning after winning the toss. Waite round the wicket, bowls, and no, that is a bowl victory to the bowler. It's 4 more to Jennings, but probably as false a shot as he's played in the entire innings, because he edged that one in the air to start with, past second slip and down to the 3rd man boundary for successive 4s for Keaton Jennings. Takes him to 48. He's earned a little bit of luck, and he's earned the odd boundary as well, because he's applied himself with excellent professionalism and diligence since the start, despite losing 5 partners at the other end. 90 for 5. Waite. So bad ball to start the over and a very good one to follow that up, but they both went to the rope. Comes in again now and bowls, and Jennings just eases this one away on the leg side for a single. Swanepoel comes in off the square leg boundary to do the fielding, and the score moves on to 91 for 5. Keaton Jennings moves to a very sedate 49 off 110 deliveries. And so welcome back to Scott Reed. Scott, I haven't seen much of Ben Walkden, but he appears to have started pretty well.
Yeah, just his debut just last week against Northampton. Just quite a good story, actually, the way he's forced his way back into professional cricket, or to professional cricket.
Waite in again, bowls, and he's forward to that, plays up to mid-on. Tell us more.
Well, he was with Lancashire through the course, through the academy, wasn't offered a professional contract and was released. Went away, I think spent a winter or 2 in Australia, has played for Newton the Willows in the Liverpool comp, and he's got an absolute stack of runs and wickets this season. Played some second team cricket for Lancashire, and then as about a month or so ago was signed a rookie contract. So it's a lovely way how he's forced his way back.
Yeah, forced his way in. And he gets a lovely boundary here. 3rd boundary of the over, short of length outside the off stump, and he doesn't try to hit it too hard, just forces it away behind square for a boundary. Lovely shot indeed, and he got off the mark with a similar shot which almost went to the ropes in Waite's previous over. Yeah, it's a nice story, and it's something I always think about cricket. It's measurable, isn't it, in terms of stats. If you're a batter, if you just keep getting runs, people have got to take notice. If you're a bowler and you keep getting wickets, people have got to take notice. There's Waite bowls, and Walkden is slightly discomforted by this one, just fends it away on the leg side. It's the end of the over. 12 came from it, 95 for 5. Whereas in football, if you're a defender, say, you can't measure the goals you score. I know there are more stats involved these days, but it's much more subjective, isn't it? Whereas in cricket, you can actually say, well, look, he's got 1,000 runs in the league, give him a go, or something like that. Anyway, well done to Ben Walkden, and he's made a good start today.
Yeah, picked up wickets on his debut last week. 3 for 33 in the first innings, 1 for 20 in the second innings. So he's got
right arm medium pace.
Yeah, got an absolute ton of wickets and runs for Newton at Willows this season. There's Singh's bowling to Jennings off the back foot, trying to find a way through the offside. Just picks out cover and there's no run.
A member of my university team when I was at Liverpool a long time ago played at Newton at Willows. Name of John Flaherty. I wonder if he might be chairman now or something like that.
Worked away into the onside by Jennings for 1, and that brings him 50. And in the context of this game and in the context of Lancashire's innings, Jennings has been a beacon at one end, a beacon of strength and authority, really, the way he's played. He's on 50 not out from 112 deliveries. Very calm, measured, composed, and vital innings for Lancashire. Singh to Walkden off the back foot. That's cut through the offside for a single. He moves on to 7. 97 for 5.
Yeah, he's played really well, Keaton Jennings. I think I've been commenting throughout the innings on his composure. He's put the bad ball away more often than not, and does so again here.
Yeah, it's a little short, isn't it? It's pulled out towards the square leg boundary for a single.
And he got lucky there, didn't he? Singh another drag down, and Jennings be annoyed with himself that he didn't hit it a little bit further in front of square. Picked out the fielder on the boundary.
98 for 5. Forward goes Walkden. Defends, pushes away into the offside.
Heavy rain in Malvern, I'm told, which is only 6 miles away.
Right, I just noticed the ground staff are lurking, aren't they? Singh to Walkden, gets in behind it, taps it defensively back to Singh. And there's no run. End of the over. 99 for 5.
Yeah, 6 miles away, and in that direction of the southwest, which is where the rain does tend to come from here at New Road, where it does look very grey, and that's what the forecast said. Okay. But at the moment, although the light's deteriorated, it appears that everything's alright. Bayer Swanepoel is coming into the attack to replace Matthew Waite at the Diglis end after that expensive over, although I thought Waite was a bit unlucky. 2 of the boundaries were not good deliveries, but the one off the edge of Keaton Jennings' bat probably as tricky a moment as Jennings has had in his innings. There's a lot of loose stuff in the footholds of this New Road end, particularly which Jennings has kicked out. Obviously quite a bit of moisture has got onto this surface, but it's been dry for a very long time before this recent bout of rain. 4 runs off Swanepoel's first over. Just a little tickle down the leg side. His line was off, and Jennings, just all he had to do was make sure he got a bat on it, and runs are just beginning to flow. Now the 100 is up. At lunch it was 60 for 4, so in just 40 minutes or so since lunch we've had an addition of 40 runs, in fact less than 40 minutes, so the accelerator has well and truly been pressed. 1 wicket since lunch, Shetty out fairly early on after the break, but Jennings in particular beginning to find a bit of fluency. Not to this ball, which he defends out on the offside, but Keaton Jennings, who at lunch was on a very sedate 25 not out, he's added 30 since the break, having spent 2 hours and 10 minutes putting together his first 25. It's a measure of his growing confidence and the fact that the bowling since the break has not been quite as accurate as it was before. Swanepoel in. This one's a reasonably good delivery on off stump. Jennings plays up to mid on. When you talk to young players about the game, or you talk to people perhaps that don't have an in-depth knowledge of the game, and you say, oh, the great thing about so-and-so when he bats is that he always had so much time, which is something we often say, oh, he appears to have so much time, which is obviously to do with how a batter sees the ball and how quickly he picks up the length and the line and so on. Well, there you go. What I was about to say is going to be completely destroyed, because what I was going to say, and I think it's there as well, is that Jennings has played particularly, so he's got a huge amount of time. He's had time to play all the time, but as I say that, he has been dismissed by Bo Swanepoel. Ball going across the left-hander, played at it, low edge, very nicely caught at second slip by Adam Hose, and Keaton Jennings has gone for 55. How often that happens, but he had played particularly well. That's a really, really good innings, showing how tricky it's been for the batters out there, but a big wicket for Worcestershire. It is definitely looking very, very gloomy to the southwest, and Lancashire have slipped with the loss of that wicket to 102 for 6. So Swanepoel angling the ball across the left-handed Jennings, and a low outside edge, didn't actually move his feet very much, I got that impression, and Ben Allison, tall man at second slip, reaching down to about knee height, taking the catch. So good from Swanepoel, 2 for 20 now for him, and with my apologies, Lancashire 102 for 6. 30 partnership in very short time.
Yeah, further frustrations for Keaton Jennings, as you say, that we might be going off in the not too distant future if that rain does come. So.
Yeah.
But yes, excellent knock from Jennings. And certainly looked to try and score just a little quicker, didn't he, after the lunch break, having put so much hard work in the course of the morning session. Didn't go at that particularly hard. And Keaton Jennings, and watching back on the replay, a little nod of approval towards the ball as well from Jennings.
Yeah, so it just nipped a bit, didn't
it? It did, yep.
First ball from Swanepoel to the new batsman Balderson is pushed out on the onside. I was mentioning this morning when you were off air, Clive, that Swanepoel he's kind of found his mojo a little bit since the One Day Cup began. He didn't really expect to play in the One Day Cup. Right. His arrival was, as everybody knows, I think, shrouded in controversy, and he wasn't allowed to play for a while. It was all a little bit unsatisfactory. He bowls to Balderson, who plays out on the onside, and he took a while to settle, and he had some in and out performances, but then he played in the One Day Cup, did really well, and down at Cheltenham, wickets and runs, played a big part. There's just a feeling that he's beginning to really feel part of the setup here at New Road. He's been quite an important cog in the machine, really, in the last few weeks.
Is he back next season? Not sure.
No agreement is in place yet.
It's good to hear that One Day Cup's kind of helped kind of kick-start his season, and it was a much stronger competition this year, wasn't it?
It's very, very popular in these parts. Not just because Worcestershire won it last year, but it's a breath of fresh air, isn't it? Seeing young players and going to outgrounds, there's a lot of reasons why it's popular, I think.
Change of bowling with Ben Allison returning, replacing Fatah Singh, as that's a forward defensive by Ben Walkden to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, it was certainly been pretty popular around the country, hasn't it? The Metrobank One Day Cup, some good crowds at different grounds. Certainly those clubs that are hosting 100 teams and playing games away from their main venue, there were some fantastic crowds.
Yeah.
And it felt like a much stronger competition. What kind of more senior players involved in it this year, as well as giving opportunity to younger players? Walkden just tries to cut that away.
That's a good shot. He plays it well, that shot, and he's got all his runs with that shot, I think.
Yeah, you can standing tall in the crease and just leaning slightly back, slicing it behind point for a couple. Moves on to 9, 104 for 6. There's quite a lot of rain in the distance. I don't know if that's just skirting beyond us. Or whether
it's not looking so bad now.
No, it's not. I think maybe just got a little bit lucky with that. Beyond the Basil d'Oliveira stand, a few miles in that direction, looks pretty wet. It's tickled away off the pads down to fine leg by Walkden. Gets through for a single. He moves to 10. 105 for 6. Brings Balderson on strike.
There's a lot of left-handers in this Lancashire side, aren't there?
Yes.
Jennings, Harris, Balderson, and Ali, presumably. I think so. Is he? Oh, I'm not sure. Yes, I think he is. Yeah, I think he is. Yeah.
105 for 6. That's around the wicket to Balderson off the back foot. That's driven square of the wicket. They've gone through for a very, very sharp single as a pick up and throw towards the keeper's end.
I think it might have been close.
Yeah, it did look pretty tight, that, didn't it?
You can usually tell by the way the fielders react. Can't you? Quite excited.
Gets off the mark, Balderson, but it was a risky one. Certainly risky for Walkden, who was running towards the end that the throw came in at.
Yeah, I've just watched the Jennings dismissal again, and it really took him by surprise, but it was a really good bit of bowling.
Allison to Walkden, that's through to the keeper.
Angled in from quite wide round the wicket by Swanepoel, had to play it, and his footwork wasn't quite as certain as I think it had been for a lot of the innings. He didn't really get very far forward, just felt for it a little bit. It's a sharp catch by Hose, not Allison, as I might have said earlier, down to his left at second slip. But Jennings, as you said, there was a sort of look at the bowler as if to say, yeah, you've done me there. It was a good bit of bowling. Swanepoel was delighted.
There's a nod of approval from Keaton Jennings. Defender by Walkden, just snaps it away into the offside end of the over. The first for Ben Allison back at it. This is his third spell of the day. At 6 this morning and 3 just before lunch. Back in for his first of the afternoon. 106 for 6. Balderson on 1 and Walkden on 10.
Hasn't got a wicket, Allison. Career best figures last week at Cheltenham when he bowled like a machine in the first innings. Hardly bowled a bad ball. 76 dot balls he bowled on day 1 of that game. And yet, when I talked to him and to 2 or 3 of the others during the course of the game, Swanepoel bowls and Balderson defends, they were quick to point out that although he got the wickets that day, it was a unit that worked together. Taylor bowled particularly well and didn't get any wickets in the first innings. And here, Allison hasn't got any wickets, Swanepoel's got a couple, and yet, I'm sure they'll say that Allison's bowled as well as anybody. It doesn't matter, does it, really?
No, I suppose it is
they talk about the bowling unit, don't they, particularly, I think, and certainly the seamers.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, the rain's here. Goodness me, it's come quickly, and it doesn't even seem to be any darker than it was before, but it is raining. The players are leaving the field. Lancashire are 106 for 6. Their men out. Hurst for 2, Bohannon for 1, Harris for 4, Flintoff for 23. Those wickets falling before lunch. At lunch, it was 60 for 4, an acceleration since the interval, particularly from Keaton Jennings, but 2 more wickets have gone down. Shetty out for 4, Keaton Jennings eventually going for 55. The 2 not out batsmen are George Balderson and Ben Walkden. Balderson on 1, Walkden on 10. Players are leaving the field owing to, I'd call it a squall, really. It's sort of, it's not the heaviest rain, but it's blown in quite quickly from the west. Covers are going on. Umpires are just leaving the field, and we will leave you. 40.1 overs bowled in this Lancashire innings after they lost the toss and were put in. A wicket for Taylor, 2 for Swanepoel, 2 for Singh and 1 for Waite. And until there is a resumption here, we will say a very good afternoon and thank you for being with us.
You will also find some shelter on the side.
What I like about the Beard Terrace is it's a relaxed location, great place to look at the cricket. You've got a great view of the cathedral and the iconic view just looking over the pitch. And just this being styled in here is just completely different to any of the other venues. Food was great from Paisley Flour, drinks, obviously, all-inclusive bar, which is a plus. Everyone's mingling around, and as the food gets delivered to you around the room, just so much better than anywhere else.
Absolutely loving the day. It's been fantastic. Come in, bars here, amazing food. The atmosphere here is electric. It's just such a fun day out, afternoon, evening. It's just fun. You come, you enjoy it, you watch some amazing cricket. Being able to just go and stand there and get up close and then watch everybody, the entertainment. And I'm very proud that we have that backdrop of the cathedral. It's iconic. There's no other ground that has that, and it is just amazing. And the view from up there, totally recommend anybody coming here for hospitality, come here.
So I'm in the Chestnut Marquee. We've had a great event here so far. Drinks have been good. Food-wise today, yeah, we had some really good chicken tikka masala, some amazing flavours. After when the food's done, we go out and watch the cricket. We've met some really good, interesting people, some great conversations, and obviously, while we're here, the cricket's been great too.
We were in mid-over, weren't we? I remember thinking, I thought George Balderson was really canny because he just delayed. You could see the rain was coming down. We're about to, Swanepoel started his run-up. He just pulled away, just delayed a little bit in the hope that they would get off before he had to face the ball, and he succeeded in that respect. Were you describing this over or not? Do you remember?
I remember. No.
Oh, we'll go ahead then.
Okay. Swanepoel to Balderson. Oh, that's a rising ball that Balderson manages to drop his hands and to sway backwards. Through it went to the keeper. That had a little extra bit of lift. Nice ball sent down first up after the rain break to George Balderson. 106 for 6. Swanepoel has 3 slip catches in place as a backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Hustles in again, and on the front foot Balderson goes and pushes away into the offside, and there is no run. So 106 for 6, and of 55 of those runs coming off the bat of Keaton Jennings. Only one real innings so far. A couple of partnerships, both involving Jennings. Jennings and Flintoff put on 37. Jennings and Walkden put on 32. And Swanepoel's in to Balderson, that's run down towards third man. He's played that nicely down towards the third man boundary for 4. He's on to 5, and it's 110 for 6. This looking shot just steered away down to third man. He's had for his standards again a pretty difficult season with the bat, albeit there's probably mitigating circumstances with that because of how much he's now bowling and how big a role he plays with the ball for Lancashire. Oh, and he's been bowled by Swanepoel, off stump, out the ground. Lancashire lose their 7th wicket, and George Balderson's gone for 5. Swanepoel has his 3rd of the afternoon, and perhaps the most comprehensive of the bunch. Lancashire 7 down, 110 for 7, round the wicket, and the left-hander Balderson playing forward. Ball slides on past his bat, and it rattles into the off stump, which cartwheels out the ground. Spectacular dismissal for Worcestershire and for the bowler. 110 for 7.
Yes, wickets in consecutive overs for Bayer Swanepoel this after 2. Scott was mentioning 2 reasonable partnerships, but now 2 wickets falling in quick succession, and Worcestershire will be feeling pretty good again. They will still have to bat in this, of course, but they'll be keen for the game to move on. Having lost the whole of the first day and really needing a win. Probably the ideal for them would be Kent and Northants drawing and Worcestershire winning. That would still leave them quite a fair way behind, but it would close the gap by around about 8 points on 2 teams directly above them.
A win in that game doesn't make it impossible, but it's a significant advantage, isn't it, to whoever wins that match, that the top 2 positions would look reasonably well set. I mean, Durham at the top look like they're going to power their way through it, and then it's a bit of a scrap for second place.
That's the ideal for Worcestershire point of view is Kent and Northants draw. Kent get dock points for fielding ineligible players, and Northampton lose points for bad pitch. Or slow over it, perhaps a bowl nice and slowly.
Norman Ali's the new batsman. Swanepoel in, and just brushes some part of Norman's body. He's gone down towards the boundary. It's going to be byes, 4 of them, leg byes, 4 of them, to end the over. So Norman Ali remains on 0. Lancashire 114 for 7.
We're grateful for those runs. Every run counts. So we are getting Ben Allison coming back into the attack here for Worcestershire. Continuing where he left off. 10 overs for 10 runs, Ben Allison, but he hasn't got a wicket. The only Seaver to have been kept out so far from that point of view. So I want to put that right. And bowling to the new batter, because he got a single off the last ball of the over. Ali. Then comes Allison with 3 slips in place. Right arm over. He leaves that. And Ali. And there is no run. It's 114 for 7. 22 test matches on Ali.
He's got a good record.
Yeah. Didn't get a test 100, but did get a 97. So in comes Allison to bowl. That's left. There's no run.
He was last week when he made his Lancashire debut. He was the oldest overseas player to debut for Lancashire, and the 5th oldest debutant in the club's history, actually. The oldest overseas. Can't put a price on experience, Clive.
Absolutely, I've been saying that for a few. Well, if he bats really well, scores runs, he might get a late call up to the final test, perhaps. Pakistan 76 for 4, replying to England's 290. That's played to backward point. There's no run. Defended.
Yeah, his test record with the ball's pretty impressive, isn't it? He had a fantastic series against, or in particular a game against England a year or two back. So yeah, he's got a good record in both first class and international cricket. He's taken 500 first class wickets. He's taken 100 test wickets at 25 apiece.
Yeah, and Worcestershire still have to bat against that. So I want to get Lancashire out as cheaply as they can. Allison bowls, and that's played neatly to mid-wicket for a single by Walkden. 115 for 7. Lancashire put in this morning by Worcestershire. The toss taking place 24 hours late due to no play being possible yesterday. At that toss, it was revealed that Jimmy Anderson, despite being named to the squad, wasn't going to be played.
Yes. Yep.
Allison in to bowl. Round the wicket, and that's played back to him. There's no run.
Yeah, it's a calf problem. Missing last week against Northamptonshire. I was quite surprised to see him in the squad this week. I was kind of under the impression that it might be a game or two before we see him, but maybe with the shortened game, with the weather around, the reasonably soft outfield, especially if showers are when you're a bit on and off, it makes sense not to probably play Anderson in this game.
Allison bowls, pitches Ella was driven back down to him into the ground, and then he fields it one-handed. And the batter ended the over. Two singles from it. So Walkden's on 11, Lancashire 115 for 7. And Swanepoel 3 for 24 to continue.
He's had a good day, hasn't he? Comes hustling in, doesn't he? He's good fun to watch. This spells 2 overs, 2 for 8.
Yes, so I think as Frank was saying earlier, maybe it took him a little bit of time to settle, but he's turned out to be a good-looking overseas signing for Worcestershire.
Got Ben Walkden on strike and 3 slip catches. Walkden presses forward, the ball beats the outside edge through to keeper, and there's no run. Walkden here has his on. There's another opportunity to try and impress. I mentioned his debut last week it was mixed actually, because he had a brilliant start. He picked up 3 wickets with the ball. It's a perfect start in that regard, as he plays and misses a full-blooded looking attempt to try and cover drive taken by the keeper, but then the highs of picking up 3 wickets on debut. It was then out for a first ball duck with the bat. But chance here, try and score some runs. He's got an opportunity through the course of these next few games to force his way into first team reckoning. That's defended into the offside. No run. I mentioned to Frank, he's actually a player that's come through the academy with Lancashire, but was released, didn't get a professional contract, so he went away and certainly never gave up hope that one day he would be able to play for Lancashire. And having done some work in the winter in Australia, and then he's had a fantastic season in club cricket with his club Newtonley Willows, and here he is now. Well, it's defended a ball that maybe just nibbles a little bit back into him. Just chops it into the offside, bouncing out towards cover. No run. 115 for 7. Walked in on 11. Quite bright and breezy now. It's only a short shower, thankfully. It almost disappeared as quickly as it arrived. No messing around with the ground stuff and the umpires. We've got themselves back underway at 10-2. Leaves again through to Column.
Yes, mentioned Swanepoel's contributions overseas play. He ended up unexpectedly playing in all competitions for Worcestershire. When Sikandar Raza was called up by his country during the blast, with a few games left, there was a vacancy for an overseas player, and he filled it in all bar one game. Dan Attican filled it in one, but he played in 2 or 3 matches, I think, at the end of that T20 competition, and then played in the One Day Cup as well.
Final ball of the over. Watson defends to the offside, and there's no run. 115 for 7.
Pakistan 81 for 5 now in the Test match against England. Scott goes off to do a update. It's very calm, must say. 1 minute past 3. Calmly goes over for his 3 o'clock news piece.
I don't know, when's Frank back on?
About 1:15. Sorry, doing a bit on air production here.
1:15.
Frank Watson will be joining us then, in case you're wondering why I'm saying 1:15. Anyway, 115 for 7. Lancashire trying to eke out what runs they can get. She's trying to finish them off. Ben Allison into bowl to Normali, who's yet to score. And defends that, plays it back down the pitch. There's no run yet to score. You have one that went off his pads for 4 leg byes down to 5 leg, but didn't get any bat on it, at least not that the umpire saw. And so Lancashire with just those 3 wickets left and a couple of middling partnerships, but haven't managed to get to a 50 partnership yet, as Allison, wearing number 65, comes in, and he just moves across his stumps a little bit. Ali looking to work it onto the leg side. He does work it onto the leg side, but only straight to a fielder, so he doesn't get a run. 3 slips. In terms of the temperatures, I think there's 4 fielders wearing the cable knit jumpers, all short sleeve versions. So not as hot as it has been. There's a little bit of cloud building up, but nothing too threatening at the moment. As Allison bowls, and that's a full toss. Wrapped him on the pads. He appears, a big appeal. He's given him out. Took a while, the umpire, to think about that, but he has raised a finger. I think that was a full toss, which has hit Ali on the full, and he's LBW without scoring. Just getting a replay on that now. Yeah, hit him on the toe, on the full. The umpire took a little moment before giving it out.
There's no doubt about that one. pretty dead, that, didn't it?
Yeah. The umpire actually, having a look at the replay, didn't take as long as I realised he had. It felt like it took a while, but he just raised his arm in a nice, graceful, slow motion. So the 8th wicket goes, and Allison does get on the board.
Yeah, well, he deserved that too. He set the standard this morning. His opening spell with Taylor was excellent. They gave absolutely nothing really for Lancashire to work with, and made the very most of it. They bowled beautifully, and as they have done all through the course of the day so far. But reward for Allison. He's seen Swanepoel pick up 3 and Taylor pick up 1, Waite pick up 1, so he gets himself into the action with a Yorker that looked pretty full, and well, it certainly was full, and it looked absolutely straight. I reckon probably hitting somewhere up middle stump.
So 3 wickets have fallen for 13 runs now since those 2. Well, there were 2 partnerships either side of the 5th wicket, so 37 for the 4th and then 32 for the 6th as Allison bowls. And Bailey, Tom Bailey, the new batter, stretching for that a little bit, but gets bat onto it, plays at the backward point. There's no run. Stands tall in his crease, Tom Bailey. Probably looking forward to bowling on this, but first he's going to try and secure Lancashire a few more runs. How many overs have got? I've still got 55 overs left in the day. So this match is moving at a fair pace at the moment. And that's gone past the outside edge. A rather tentative prod at it from Bailey. And it whistles past his outside edge. A little bit of pace on that. It's taken by Henry Cullen behind the stumps.
Could be batting again today, Lancashire, you never know.
I asked you whether you fancy doing that Trinidad game. What about Glasgow Cosmic against Dublin Guardians
Give that a
in
swirl.
the European T20 Premier League? It's in Vorburg. Where's Vorburg? Is that Germany, Austria? Anyway, Glasgow Cosmic against Dublin Guardians. Great names. This next one. Oh, he's played a forward defence of that and missed it. We got the Edinburgh Castle Rockers. I mean, that sounds like a 60s revival band, doesn't it? The Edinburgh Castle Rockers playing against the Amsterdam Flames. Rotterdam Dockers against the Belfast Wolves. Who comes up with these names? 115 for 8 is the score.
Yeah, that was a wicket maiden for Ben Allison. It was a fantastic over that. The couple of balls he sent down to Bailey were absolute beauties. They've been too good for most top order batters. So a terrific wicket maiden over for Ben Allison. And be hoping to get this wrapped up quickly here, Worcestershire. On 15 for 8. Swanepoel to Walkden. And that just pops a little on Walkden. Takes his bottom hand off the bat. Plays it well. And ball just to cushion it carefully into the onside. Well, there's no run, but seemed to just sneak onto the bat a little quicker maybe than what Walkden was expecting. He's 11 not out. Swanepoel's in. That's a little bit of width and that's carved away. Partially stopped at backward point, and the ball doesn't have enough to reach the boundary rope. A slow outfield with the rain that we've had. Good stop by Libby at backward point.
Yeah, they have fielded well. Worcestershire ground fielding has been good. I don't think they've dropped anything ever.
And that was hit hard from Walkden. It was a little bit of width and offer there. It sat up really nicely from outside the off stump, and he cut it away. And Libby got enough on it just to slow the pace of the ball down. He came back for 2. Swanepoel to Walkden. On the front foot, just pushing at that delivery. Slides on past the edge of the bat. Through to Cullen, the wicket keeper for Worcestershire. It's got Allison at first slip. Hose at second as well. 3 slip catches, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Fine leg down the boundary below the hotel away to our left hand side. A little bit of blue sky above us now as Swanepoel's into Walkden, playing and missing. Ball that's full, wide of off stump. Sneaks on past the bat. Through to the keeper. Tom Bailey nattering away to umpire Gough at the Basil d'Oliveira end of the ground. 2 balls remaining of the over. Swanepoel into Walkden, gets in behind it. Defends. And there's no run, just in a replay back of that delivery in which Walkden played and missed. It was a lovely ball over the wicket to Walkden. Just enough to move away from the bat. He's tempted into a drive, and it just skimmed past the edge of the bat. Lovely piece of bowling. He's on the hunt for a 4th wicket. Oh, that's an edge off Walkden's bat. It bounces in front of second slip. Slightly anxious look over his shoulder. Walkden gets a single and keeps the strike as well. End of the over. Lancashire 118 for 8. Walkden's on 14. Bailey at the non-striker's end, yet to get off the mark.
Yes, just bounced in front of Adam Hose at second slip. So Ben Allison to continue. See, there's a bit of breeze there. Trousers are billowing slightly in the breeze. Trees are moving nicely. We have blue sky overhead and then some sort of white thin clouds. So I don't think we have an imminent threat. Mind you, the last shower seemed to come from nowhere. Ben Allison in, and that's played into the ground onto the onside. I think about a quick run, but there isn't one there as Swanepoel swoops onto the ball. 118 for 8 Lancashire. First match between these two teams ended in a draw. It was a weather-affected draw at Southport. Whilst Worcestershire in the end were just making sure they didn't lose, making sure they had to bat through to the close. Allison in, and Walkden defends that to point. There's no run.
There's only 5 of that Lancashire 11 that played in that match that are featuring here this week. A few changes from the also as well from the Worcestershire side as well. So slightly changed looking sides from that game back at Southport. Finished 5 down. Worcestershire as Lancashire tried to force a win.
Allison bowls, that's gone past the outside edge of Walkden, who plays forward to that, and then goes down the pitch and tries to prod the offending lump, whatever it is that made the ball do that.
Oh, it's been tricky all day, hasn't it? I mean, Keaton Jennings' judgment, his leave and defence, and the way he negotiated the morning session and tried to kick on a little bit in the afternoon was really impressive. It's not been easy.
Yeah, take his score out. There's not much left. That one is defended back down the pitch. There's no run.
Yeah, 55 of the 118 runs coming for Keaton Jennings. There's only one other player reaching double figures, which was Rocky Flintoff before this 14 for Ben Walkden. The slim pickings really for Lancashire. Scores of 2, 1, 4, 4, 5 and 0.
Walkden is on 14 as he prepares to face the Swans, going down the leg side. He thinks he missed out there a little bit, Walkden, judging from his body language. He just pushed his bat at it but didn't make contact. There's a fielder very wide at back of square leg, if you like, but any nick, as long as it was enough to beat the wicketkeeper, would have got him 4 there, but couldn't quite meet the ball. Allison will try again. Last ball of the 46th over of the innings. He's into bowl, and that is again going down the leg side. Well taken by Henry Cullen, and there is no run. 118 for 8 is the Lancashire total. An hour and 5 minutes or so till tea. You would, well, think that Worcestershire might be batting by then, unless it just happen all the time now, doesn't it, that the lower order batters hold things up.
Yes, if they can hang around, if Ben Walkden gets someone to hang around, there could be handy runs at the back end of the innings here for Lancashire.
Going to make way for Frank Watson.
And Swanepoel in for Worcestershire. That's eased nicely through the offside by Bailey. He's a tall man, just plants his front foot down the pitch and able just to squeeze it away through the offside for a couple. He gets himself going with that. 120 for 8. And start the 47th over of Lancashire's first innings. And Bailey with 3 slip catches behind him. That would point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket in a fine leg. Just tucks that into the onside towards mid-wicket. Ball just comes a little bit back in towards him from Swanepoel. Got 3 for 29. And slowly trudging back towards his mark. From the Diglis end, the Basil D'Oliveira stand behind him. Hustles back in again. Oh, that nips right back in. Goes past Bailey, I think on the inside edge, and through to the keeper, Cullen, who takes it about stomach height. It's a nice bit of pace from Swanepoel, and what appeared to be quite sharp movement back in to Bailey. 120 for 8. And again, 3 slip catches, all crouching down. Bailey drives and forces that away through the offside for 4. Good looking shot from Bailey. He moves on to 6. Lancashire 124 for 8. With a couple of balls remaining of the over. Let's welcome Frank Watson back.
Good afternoon, Scott. Good afternoon, everybody. That was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Yeah, he's been a mixture of good shots and player misses from Tom Bailey. I don't think it's easy out there. I think it's nipping around. Only Keaton Jennings has really looked in, hasn't he?
Swanepoel. So Bailey, that beats him, has him groping away outside the off stump.
Just proving my point.
Yep.
I thought Rocky Flintoff played pretty well this morning, albeit just a tad loose maybe given the circumstances, but timed it well. But it's been tough.
It has. Yeah, Jennings needed all his skill, didn't he? Skill and judgment to negotiate the morning, certainly.
Yeah, he did.
$124 for 8. Final ball of the over. Swanepoel for Worcestershire comes in and bowls. Bailey defends. Plays it back to the bowler, but he'll have to bowl it again. It's a no ball. He's just overstepped. Umpire Goff with the signal towards the scorers. So Swanepoel thought he completed his 10th over of the day, but he's still got 1 ball to go. Bailey taps the bat. Swanepoel in. Oh, it's a short ball and banged into the ground. It's going to be called a wide. It was banged and it looped way up and high above Bailey's head. Called a wide by the umpire. 127 for 8.
Not sure how far out of his reach it was, but odd bit of bowling, I thought.
Tucked into the onside this time by Bailey. Up towards square leg for a single. Keeps the strike as well, so he's on 7. End of the over. Lancashire 128 for 8.
Ben Walden's played well. 14 off 49 deliveries. Played missed a few times, but he's applied himself pretty well. Inexperienced player, seeing more experienced partners dropping at the other end, has stuck it out well. And you've just got to believe, haven't you, that get another 10, get another 20, get up to 150. It might be a decent score on this surface. I don't think it's going to be easy for the Worcestershire batsman either, as Ben Allison begins a new over from the New Road end, bowling to Bailey, who's on the back foot, tall man playing in front of his chest. Back to the bowler. Brighter skies are away to the southwest now. I would say the immediate threat of rain has receded quite significantly. Blue sky, lighter clouds and a lot brighter skies. I think we've got away with it a little bit this afternoon here at New Road. From what we've heard locally, that there's been some pretty heavy rain around, but not much fallen here. Just 6 overs lost as Allison bowls, and that's down the leg side. Takes Bailey on the pad and runs away for a leg bye. Signalled now by the umpire. 129 for 8. The men out since the lunch interval. Shetty for 4, Jennings for the top score of 55, Balderson for 5, and Noman Ali without scoring. So if you take out the 55 from Jennings and the 23 from Flintoff. It's a sorry card. Alison bowls and Walkden defends. He's the third top scorer on 14. But we've seen Hurst go for 2, Bohannon for 1, Harris for 4, Shetty for 4, Balderson for 5, and Noman Ali without scoring. It's a testament to the good bowling, a difficult surface, and maybe, arguably, a slight lack of application. But that's hard because they haven't really given their wickets away. They've been dismissed rather than really contributing to their own downfall. I think the batters that have gone back to the pavilions, this one from Allison is down the leg side and goes down to fine leg for 2 more leg buys, so he just needs to adjust his line a little bit, does Ben Allison, after picking up his first wicket. 131 for 8, which doesn't seem much, but in a low scoring game I reckon you can get a bit set in your mind that, if it's, 115 for 8, you think, they're going to be all out for 125, and Worcestershire should be in a fantastic position. But if they get up to 150, 160 and then knock a couple of Worcestershire batters over early, we could be looking at a much more evenly contested game than you think. And that's a half volley from Ben Allison, and Ben Walkden plays an imperious cover drive, beautiful shot, half volley and wide, and he's on the front foot and just square driving it very, very nicely through the covers for 4. We were hearing from Scott Reed about Ben Walkden and how he's overcome the disappointment of being released by Lancashire after being in the pathway, only to go away and through sheer doggedness and weight of runs and wickets in league cricket forced his way back into the setup. I'm full of admiration for that. Allison bowls again, and he's inside this, missing it, taken by Cullen, who has this characteristic way of taking the ball down the leg side and then just flicking it back to the slips with his right hand. There will be a day where he does that and the slip isn't looking. It hasn't happened yet, but it will happen. Matthew Waite leaving the field to be replaced by Adam Finch. A brief substitute appearance for Finch, who had a lovely time in the 100. Didn't play, went to every game, and I dare say walked away with a fair amount of reward for his bank manager. But there we go, 135 for 8 at the end of that over, and I think we're going to see Fateh Singh reintroduced this time at the Diglis end.
Yeah, ends a spell from Swanepoel post lunch. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 21. So excellent work after the either side of the rain break, wasn't it, for Swanepoel. Bowled 10 overs in the day, 3 for 37, but a good spell either side of that rain interruption. In fact, he's saying who got a couple already today, dismissing Flintoff just before lunch and Shetty just after. Returns and gently loops one up towards Bailey, who defends into the offside, and there's no run. His previous 5 overs coming from the New Road end, so a switch of ends for Singh. Slip catcher as well, Bailey gently on the back foot. He's working it to square leg for a single. He moves on to 8, and the score now to 136 for 8. And gets Walkden back on strike. Singh with the sunglasses, bowls a little bit flatter to Walkden. Hops back and chops it into the offside for a single. It's Bailey back on strike. Can they try and squeeze out Lancashire from these 2 final wickets? Singh into Bailey. That's run through the offside for 1. Takes his score to 9, 138 for 8. Singh just drives his fingers on his side and then bowls a little bit quicker to Walkden, who gets in behind it and defends. Keeper Cullen comes from behind the stumps to field, scoops the ball up and hands it back to Singh. He's twirling in again, bowling. A little bit flatter again to Walkden. He's tossed a couple up to Bailey. That last couple to Walkden were a little bit flatter and quicker. Walkden driving through the covers for one. And of the over. 139 for 8. Bailey on 9. Walkden on 20. So into the afternoon session. It's day 2 of the game at New Road between Worcestershire and Lancashire. Not a single ball bowled on the first day, so just 49 overs so far in the match. But it has moved on pretty quickly, and Worcestershire will be hoping that they'll be batting sooner rather than later, and Lancashire will be confident, I'm sure, that they can try and replicate what the home side have done.
Yeah, I would imagine that the Lancashire bowlers will not be worrying too much about getting out there. Tom Taylor coming back into the attack. He's just got the 1 wicket so far. Leading wicket taker in Division 1 last year with 58 wickets. Comes in now and bowls outside the off stump. I think he's got 29 so far this season, left alone by Walkden. And through it goes to Henry Cullen. But having said that, repeat what I was saying earlier, Scott, when I was on with Clive Eakin, and it was made patently obvious last week at Cheltenham in Worcestershire's win over Gloucestershire that Allison picked up 5 wickets, or it might have been you that I was saying it to, and this business of a bowling unit is what they always talk about now, as Taylor beats Walkden outside the off stump with one that dies a little bit. Cullen moves to his right and takes it low down by his ankles, but one bowler one day will pick up 5 wickets and his partner at the other end won't get any, but they will tell you that it was the fact that they bowled well together that allowed the guy who got the wickets to get 5. It was my day today, they often say, but another day I could bowl well but somebody else will pick up the wickets. It's all about the unit picking up the 10 wickets all together that matters. Taylor bowls and Walkden in his strongest area picks up 4 runs. He's played that shot very effectively. This one actually going a little bit further down towards third man than his first 2 square drives off the back foot, but off the middle, not an edge, timed really well. There is no third man, never is when it goes down there, it seems to me, and 4 runs, which probably would only have been 2 this morning. The outfield was particularly slow after all yesterday's rain, but that one raced away, and now we are going to have a third man. Adavalath has shut the stable door and gone down there. So we just got 2 slips in. 143 for 8. Walkden's gone to 24, nice and quietly. Second top scorer. And, he's got a bit of luck this time. He's gone to long leg via an inside edge. He was looking to drive it through the covers. And it's squirted down to Fateh Singh under the chestnut tree. Walkden goes to 25. Just the one chestnut tree sadly left now here at New Road. If you're a Lancashire fan and you haven't been to New Road for a while, you might remember there were 3 horse chestnut trees down at the sort of Diglis corner of the ground on the opposite side to the cathedral at the Diglis end by the hospitality marquee. The D'Oliveira stand is at that far end, and between that and the ladies' pavilion. Taylor bowls and Bailey drops it down on the onside. Not yet off. Well, he's off the mark. He's on 9. Bailey off 16 deliveries. Played one particularly good shot through the covers. There were 3 horse chestnut trees, but sadly 2 of them have succumbed to disease, and only one remains. It appears to be pretty healthy despite having a dry summer. I wonder what the conkers will be like this year. I wonder if they'll be affected by the lack of water that we've had. As Taylor comes in again and bowls, and Bailey plays a lovely shot off the back foot, square of the wicket, just like the ones I was describing Walkden played, and that's gone all the way as well. So runs do look a little bit easier. Well, they are definitely a little bit easier to come by than they were this morning. 9 from the over from Taylor, 148 for 8, and the big ugly gap that was left by the 2 chestnut trees where we just basically were able to see straight into the car park at the Douglas End, has in the last 2 seasons been filled by a rather fetching new hospitality feature, the Wadder as we call it, although it doesn't appear to be open today. Somebody's sitting on the roof underneath the lime green parasols, but not much activity down below. But it's better than looking at cars, Scott.
It is, yeah.
Not as good as looking at Chestnut Tree.
So it's a bar, is it, underneath that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Popular area, actually.
But it's a good spot for the T20s, I bet, over there.
Yeah.
Seeing balls to Walkton, who rocks onto the front foot and pulls the bat away. And taken by Cullen. And again, Singh pushed away square of the wicket by Ben Walkden for a single towards deep backward point. And for 9 for 8, so then get themselves to 150 here in Lancashire, which, as Frank was pointing out, when they lost their 8th wicket, potentially looked unlikely. Dabbed out to the leg side by Bailey, but for no run. 149 for 8. Bailey on 13. Singh creeps in and bowls. Right forward goes Bailey, stretching for it. Bat in front of his pad. And very deliberately pushing it out towards short cover, where I think that's Waite who fields, and he's warming up as well. That's turned out to the leg side for a single, and that does get Lancashire to 150, which might not seem a lot, but
Is it flattening out a tiny bit? I don't know. The outfield's speeding up, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, it was really slow this morning.
Oh,
is that edged? It is, yeah. Walkden going back to Singh, and the edge to the keeper. Cullen takes the catch. 3rd for Singh, and Lancashire 9 down, and Ben Walkden, who's the 2nd top scorer in the innings here for Lancashire, frustrated as he makes his way back towards the dressing room, but in a particularly tricky situation right at the very start of your career. He's not done a bad job there at all, has he?
Yeah, played pretty well, I think. Good catch that by Cullen. I mean, I'm biased as an ex-keeper. I think any catch standing up is a good catch, but when the player's on the back foot, as he was there, then I think it's even better, really. Some very, very good work. So Tom Aspen will come out, last man. And Worcestershire, well, partnership of 35 for that 9th wicket. And that's a pretty decent effort, I think. 37 for the 4th wicket. But that's the 2nd highest partnership of the innings for that 9th wicket. Good effort by Walkden. Yeah, that's a good catch. He kind of clutched it into his tummy, I think. I'm not sure how cleanly it went into the gloves. But as I say, on the back foot, keeper standing up, I reckon that's a pretty good effort. Be careful what I say, because Henry Cullen's dad made a comment on the live chat, so he might well be watching. Good afternoon, Darren. Hope you're well. I was at Cheltenham, Scott, and watching from a distance. Break off as Taylor starts a new over and is steered down to 3rd man by Bailey for a single. And so there were 3 friends of mine who had come to the game, and I'd had a chat with them at lunch, and I saw where they were sitting through my binoculars, and at that Worcestershire were fielding, and at that point, I can't remember if they were fielding or batting, I saw Henry Cullen's parents arrive and sit down exactly next to these 3 friends of mine. Okay. So I texted one of my friends and said, whatever you do, don't say anything don't say anything that you shouldn't about Henry, because his parents are sitting next to you. Not that there was any danger that they would, and he kept wicket very nicely, but yeah, forewarned as forearmed. This one steered out on the offside by Aspinwall, square of the wicket. Henry's dad, Darren, actually does a bit of commentary on league cricket on live stream that they do at the club. I said he's after my job. I'm hearing music, are you? Next ball from Taylor is played into the covers. I have no idea where that came. Do you have any idea where that came?
Don't know. It just wasn't in my mind.
That would be special. If you could do that. It was a very clear. Cool in the gang?
I think he was, yeah. Only a few seconds of that, you didn't want to get that.
Yeah, like Pop Master on here, isn't it? 10 to the top, I should say, because we're on the BBC. Taylor moving away from us, 12 on his back, in bowls, and watchfully on the back foot. Tom Aspinwall plays out on the offside.
Ground staff are sat by the covers again, aren't they?
They're looking something greyish again. But, you know, heavy showers were forecast. Well, the only rain we had was more of a little squall, really. So, not been too bad. But I must say, I felt for the ground staff yesterday. Goodness me, what a, you know, on and off with the covers, and then eventually no play after all that effort. Taylor bowls, Aspinwall drives into the covers, Libby fields, and you think, you know, they might just have left the covers on, sat where they were, and waited till 4 o'clock, and then waited for the umpires to say no play. But they were on and off and mopping, and yeah, it's a thankless task, and it's been a tricky summer. I mean, it's, well, you know, let's make no bones about it. It's been a tricky 3 or 4 years for the ground staff here at New Road. A thankless task, and not made any easier by a day like yesterday. Taylor bowls, a play and a miss from Aspinwall. Good delivery from Taylor, much better over from him than his previous one. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 26. Lancashire 151 for 9. Bailey has 15. Aspinwall yet to get off the mark.
Is it just accepted now that probably most years it will flood in the winter?
Well,
is that
yeah,
right?
I mean, to a ridiculous extent. When I lived in Worcester for the first time in 1980, and it used to flood every winter, pretty much once, maybe twice in a really bad winter. But some winters you get away with none.
Sing to Bailey. Tapped away to mid-wicket, no run.
Last winter it was 7.
Wow, right.
And when I say 7, I mean 7 separate floods.
Yeah.
And the winter before it was 8. Oof. Now there have been big floods many times before.
Sing to Bailey, defender.
And if you walk down the footpath on the far side of the river to underneath the cathedral, there's a gate called the Water Gate. And there are carved into the wall there are lines with dates marked.
Sing to Bailey, no run. Actually, Singler, I thought Singh was going to cut that off to his right, but he actually just pushed it to the right of Singh and gets through for 1.
And their floods date, you know, and some of them are sort of 17th century, 18th century, whatever, and the heights are really, they were big floods, but there was one a year. You know, it wasn't happening time and time and time again. The water coming up, receding, and then coming back.
Aspinwall on the front foot, striding into it, defend, no run.
I think the groundsman told me that last winter, the one just gone, between October and February.
Singh bowls, Aspinwall cuts it away to point, through for a single, off the mark with that one, 5-3 for 9.
Between October and February, the square was underwater, and I mean, I'm not talking about puddles, underwater, 2 or 3 feet of minimum, say, for 38 days. Not consecutively.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Sing to Bailey, going back and playing and missing. End of the over, 1-5-3 for 9. Bailey 16, Aspinwall on 1. Yeah, that is pretty scary, that, isn't it? That's
well, I think it just, you know, when people criticise the pitches here for whatever reason, I think you just got to take into account the situation that they have to deal with, and it's just a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. But anyway, we are here, we have cricket, and it's a good contest. Matthew Waite back into the attack, replacing Taylor at the New Road end. Got a wicket with his third ball this morning, Waite. That one takes Aspinwall on the pad and pops up into the air and lands at the batter's feet. So yeah, and Steve Manfield, the head groundsman here, came to Worcestershire from Chelmsford, which is the driest county cricket ground in the country.
It's gone from one extreme to the other,
yeah. So he has every sympathy. Very hard-working man and team. Outside the off stump, Waite again bowls and left alone by Aspinwall. Through to Cullen.
Well, it's got a bit of difficult summer all round for ground staff up and down the country, hasn't it? With the dry weather and with the volume of cricket being played on grounds as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But actually, you know, I'd rather see a game like this than those. You know, we've had some Kookaburra games in the last 2 or 3 seasons that have just been dreary to watch, haven't they? Where it's not been a contest really. Waite bowls. Aspinwall inside edge gets a single to backward square leg. 154 for 9. Personally, I would, if it were down to me and I was able to shape the future of the county game, I'd like to see pitches that help the spinners much more, and I'd like to see young spinners being encouraged rather than just being blasted out of the ground in white ball cricket and so on. I think it would be good to encourage them. Or they'll die and there won't be anybody around to teach them eventually, I don't think. Finger spinners especially are dying, aren't they? Waite bowls, driven nicely by Bailey. He's played some good shots, Tom Bailey. 16 off 25, straight to the fielder this time, but he's got a good reach, tall man, and he's not a real tail ender, is he? He's a decent batter. Yeah.
Probably he must have a dozen at least 50s to his name.
Yeah. Waits now as Matthew Waite turns, moves in, bowls right arm over, and he's watchfully forward, a long way forward, pushing that one back up the pitch. Yeah, it's been a good contest, been good to watch, I think. It's more interesting when it's like this than just seeing people whacking it around, isn't it? I mean, we all enjoy a good T20 game, but it can get tedious when you. I found watching quite a lot of IPL this year just a little bit repetitive. Waite bowls, edged by Bailey, didn't carry to slips, gone to third man, another 4, down to the third man boundary, bounced just to the wide of second slip. Taylor's going to change ends, he's coming on at the Digless end, that's his favourite end. End of the over from Waite, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 33 for the former Yorkshire all-rounder. And it's 158 for 9, Lancashire, which is a decent recovery considering they lost their 8th wicket with a score on 115.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking at trying to see if they could get to 150. Well, I'm maybe thinking about maybe trying to get up to kind of 170-ish. That gives them a little bit of something, doesn't it, to go into when they come out to have a ball. There is Taylor. It's left by Tom Aspinwall. Through to Henry Cullen. There's no run. 158 for 9. Two slip catches. A third man and a fine leg down on the boundary below us. There's a backward point cover. Then mid off, mid on, and mid wicket. Taylor balls again. Aspinwall plays and misses this time. Just his second, I think, championship game of the season. Yes, it is. Yeah, he played in a Blackpool against Kent in those 2 championship matches in the middle of the T20 blast, Tom Aspinwall, but just his second 4-day game of the season.
Why is that? I thought he was higher up the rankings, as it were, than that.
That's a deflect, I think, off his thigh pad. Away to back with square leg for a leg bye. Well, he missed the start of the season with injury.
Yeah.
So he was out he got quite a bad injury in the winter, which certainly meant he missed the first 2 months of the season.
Right.
I think the aim was to get him fit for the start of the Blast, which they did.
Yeah. Did he play all the Blast games?
I'm not sure he played them all, but he played a decent chunk of them.
He's very effective in the Blast.
He is, yeah. So that's kind of hampered his progress. Bailey pushes into the offside for no run.
And then I suppose James Anderson being available more than he might have been expected to be has probably blocked his path a bit.
Yeah, Jimmy played every game in that first 2 months of the season.
Yeah. Remarkable.
It is, yeah. Well, Lancashire, I spoke to Stephen Croft about it actually. He said, look, it certainly wasn't in the planning that he would play every 4-day game to start the season. Was it 6 on the spins and 7 on the spin? Ball's wide. It gets Bailey looking to try and carve it away, but a under edge past the off stump down to the keeper. $1.59 for 9. I think we've been a little lucky there as well. I think we've dodged another shower. I can just see this.
Definitely that cloud that we're looking at over the top of the cathedral now looked rain bearing, didn't it?
It did. Taylor sets off again into Bailey. That's pushed into the offside, scooped up at cover, and there's no run. There is one brolly up, an umbrella up in the
it is filling in actually around the ground. You're right, there's a brolly up, and it looked pretty dark. You usually see if there's any rain falling by focusing on the black background on the scoreboard. There's no rain falling at the moment, but heavy cloud away to the west. This was the danger time, around about 4, according to Met Office anyway. Meanwhile, Matthew Waite starts a new over from the New Road End. Bowls, and that's a nice shot from Aspinwall off the back foot. Out to wide third man, fielded by Adavalath, and they pick up a couple of runs. Move on to 161 for 9 now. Relative riches after being 115 for 8. And the tiniest bit of frustration, I would imagine, beginning to creep into Worcestershire minds. They might have settled for this at the start of the day, but when you've got a team 115 for 8, you're not really expecting them to push up past 150. Tumbling stop by Taylor from a nice drive from Aspinwall at mid-off. Not the worst number 11 either, is he, Tom Aspinwall?
No.
There aren't many around, are there now? There aren't many real bunnies around these days. You've almost got to be able to hold an end up. Might be just 1 or 2. Wait in again, bowls. Aspinwall on the back foot, inside edge, wide of D'Oliveira at mid-on, picks up a single.
It's raining a bit heavily now, I think, isn't it? I think I can see a little bit of rain.
Going to be going off in a minute. Yeah, definitely. Looking at the background through my binoculars, it is raining. We're halfway through the over. There's still only the one umbrella up. There's a few coats going on, and it's not going to be long, I don't think, before we see them making their way off, unless it's light, but it is clearly raining. Waite bowls again outside the off stump, left alone, taken by Henry Cullen. It's what the most worrying aspect is the fact that it's filled in so much away to the west, and the umps are having a chat now, and they're going to go. 2 balls left in the over, and they're on their way. So Bailey is on 20, Aspinwall on 5, Lancashire on this stop-start day, 162 for 9 from 55.4 overs, and the men out: Hurst 2, Bohannon 1, Harris 4, and Flint off 23 since lunch. Shetty 4, Jennings 55, Balderson 5, Noman Ali without scoring, and Ben Walkden I should say, for 26. 162 for 9. Rain has stopped play, and we will say farewell until a resumption here at New Road. Thank you for being with us.
The ladies' pavilion is
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
from his own members of staff. Taylor almost pumping back and forth, strides in, balls again. Oh, it's a nice ball that just nips past the edge of Aspinwall's forward press. Tucks his bat under his arm and walks away to square leg.
Oh, he played a miss of that one. He looks as if he can back. No, it is the modern game, isn't it? We've lost the traditional number 11s we used to have. It used to be very entertaining watching a genuine number 11 bat. We don't really get those anymore. They can all bat, which is slightly disappointing.
Yes, takes a bit of the fun away from it. Taylor to Aspinwall, just back of a length and up onto his toes and pushes away into the offside. End of the over. It's just it's two coming off. It wasn't one for Aspinwall and the edge down to third man for Bailey. So scores 164 for 9. Of course, we would lose 2 overs for the change of innings, if and when Lancashire are ball out.
So they've added 14 useful runs for the last wicket, these two now. And there for best part of 6 overs. So a bit irritating Worcestershire a little bit. So Waite comes in. He's getting quite gloomy out there, isn't it? Waite comes in with 2 slips in place, and Bailey stretches for that one, plays it out to the offside. Nice enough looking drive, but it's cut off. There's no run. Former players have been here. Tim Curtis popped into the box to say hello.
Yes.
Captain and I covered Worcestershire many years ago.
It's good though, isn't it, when clubs do former players do?
Yes.
It's nice to have that connection.
Waite comes in, right arm over to bowl, and that one is defended well by Bailey. Yes, he would have been the second captain, I think I would have reported on film. Neil being the first in Worcestershire. Phil's off and around the ground anyway, and then Tim Curtis took over. So Waite. Oh, he's not happy with the ball. Oh, no. Right.
They've checked it once, haven't they?
Well, I think Spect Oliver just said to him, no, leave it. We quite like it as it is. Because he was about to go to the umpire, and I think he was dissuaded not to. Anyway, Waite comes into bowl, and that's driven and stopped in the covers. And there is no run. Played a couple of nice shots for nothing this over, Tom Bailey. He's on 21.
Yeah, useful runs, aren't they? Useful runs. Potentially could be useful runs for Lancashire. I mean, they may be woefully light, but on the evidence of what we've seen so far today, it doesn't necessarily think that will be the case. It's pretty tricky. The conditions today and over the weekend, I don't think they're going to change in terms certainly of the weather. Potentially, there's been 3 wickets to the spinner as well today, which brings Numan Ali into the game.
That one, he just turns around nicely into a gap onto the onside. He'll get runs here. He'll get. They're hesitating here a little bit. They just about make it for a 3rd run. It's 167 for 9. As Scott's just off to do an update for local radio, the Lancashire local radio stations. BBC Harris from Worcester. That's a part of this coverage. That's a full-length delivery. That's played to the onside. There's no run. BBC Harris from Worcester listeners have a match night. What do we call the match night these days? But the match tonight, covered live in football. Kidderminster Harriers are in action. So Malcolm will be on from 6 and then through till 10. And there will be a reaction from this game, probably about half time in the football if you want to catch that on BBC Harrier Worcester. You can of course also listen to it on BBC Sounds. That one is nice drive for nothing's time from Aspinwall. Doesn't find the gap, and it's the end of the over. Well, they got that scampered 3 in that over, which has taken Lancashire to 167 for 9. Tom Taylor hands his cap to the umpire. Worcestershire should be anxious to get this innings seen off. At least they don't have to worry about that over rate, which is currently +2. Got the maximum bowling points, of course. Worcestershire and Lancashire will have to go some to get a batting point from here. That's short and it's pulled for a single. There's a fielder out in the deep there on the mid-wicket boundary, and so Bailey takes his 25th run. Worcestershire are happy to give him the single there. Just drop the fielder at mid-wicket back to the boundary, give him a chance to get a single and get the number 11 on strike. As I said, he's not a number 11 that doesn't know which way to hold the bat, that's for sure. However, Worcestershire may still feel he's the one that they're most likely to get out. This is 24th delivery he's about to face now, Massmore, and he defends it very solidly to mid-off. And it's 168 for 9. Another concise report there, Scott?
Yeah, short and sweet.
Say it all, that's it. In comes Taylor to bowl. And again, very solid behind that. Raspberry. And there's no
frustrating this for Worcestershire, I suspect. Albeit not particularly pleasant conditions to bat, mind you, but they'll be a little frustrated that they had Lancashire 8 down and they were 115 for 8. Got themselves to 168 for 9, so they managed just to find a few runs at the back end of their innings here.
They might be getting the ball replaced.
Yeah, second look at it. So out come the handcuffs.
The ball go through. Looks like it's gone through all right. Oh, has it? He's having a few goes here, the umpire. Yep, tosses the ball back to Brett Dollivier. Says, sorry, you're not getting a change of ball. Quite gloomy conditions. Now, of course, often said New Road the only county headquarters without floodlights for well documented reasons. That's turned round to mid-wicket and will be 1 run for Aspel. They think about a second, but they think better of it.
Yeah, the fielding's been good, hasn't it, from Worcestershire? Another good piece of work in mid-wicket.
Yes, took a very good catch earlier. 2 slips, both wearing sweaters now. Henry Cullen chatting to one of them. That's a nice shot from Bailey. Leans back and carves that through the offside. That's a terrific shot from Bailey. Tom Bailey moves on to 29. Becomes the second highest score in the innings, 173 for 9.
Yeah, slim pickings for Lancashire today, but that's a lovely shot. Continues to be an excellent little knocker here for Lancashire. Got them up to 170. Was kind of thinking about maybe 170 as being not a bad score on this pitch.
No. Especially if Worcestershire have to negotiate. Doesn't know was so in gloom today. That one kept a bit low, I think, but Bailey keeps it out. And it's another good over for Lancashire. 173 for 9. Bailey on to 29. Aspel got a single over as well. He's on to 7.
Yeah, I guess that's all they can do. Keep chipping away here. See what they can try and force from their first innings. England have lost a second wicket, 16 for 2.
Another great 5-day test match.
A pretty whopping lead, 196 in front, probably enough already. Declare. Waiting balls, turn into the onside by Aspinwall. And there's no run. Yeah, a bit of rain around. Not playing Derbyshire, Middlesex. Not playing Durham against Gloucestershire. They're off for rain there. Yorkshire, Leicestershire. Bad light. Rain in Cardiff, where Glamorgan are playing Hampshire. So plenty of interruptions around the grounds today. Likewise here, but we're playing at the minute. Wait to Aspinwall. That's again turn to mid-wicket. And Swanepoel Fields, and there's no run. Bustling his way in from the New Road end is Matthew Waite, 1 for 39. His figures today. Captain Tom Lavira polishing the ball and lobbing it back to his bowler. He's at mid-on. Taylor's at mid-off. There's a cover, backward point. There's a third man. There's a fine leg. There's 2 slips and a mid-wicket. It's defended by Aspinwall, but he gets him a single actually. Plays off the front foot and the ball comes off the inner half of the bat.
Yes, that promotion battle in the second division is looking quite interesting. Kent 345. So Kent ended up with 2 batting points, just missed out on the third. Northampton 57 without loss in reply.
Looked a good team last week, Northamptonshire. They were too strong for Lancashire in the game at Old Trafford. There's Waite balls down the leg side to Bailey.
Well, it looks like they might have done what they haven't been able to do in the past, which is be good in all formats at the same time. And they had a very strong T20 side for a while, but struggled in the Championship. But this season, of course, they won the T20 Blast. I saw that quarter-final against Gloucestershire, who were just very efficient in winning it. They weren't particularly exciting, to be honest, but they did the job very well.
Wait to Bailey off the back foot, punching to cover. And there's no run. They've got a nice balanced attack, left arm seam option. They've got a couple of leg spinners. Managed to, last week against Lancashire, they managed to find a way to recover from being 90 for 5 and get themselves a first innings score that was enough for them to go and build on and win the match. Looked a side that scrapped hard, fought hard, found a way to win. Wait over the wicket. It's cracked away by Bailey through extra cover. He wants 2 by the time the throw comes in from deep extra cover. He has added a couple to his score, and that takes Tom Bailey on to 31. And that's the end of the over as well. Lancashire are 176 for 9.
Yeah, Matthew Waite couldn't hide his frustration that they got 2 there. But because I suppose from Worcestershire's point of view, they started this match 24 points behind second place, so which means they were also 19 points behind third. So it's a little bit of a longish shot, but they're still in with a chance. So what's the best result for them? If it's not a draw, perhaps they prefer Kent to win, only because they're playing Kent at Canterbury, so they have it within their gift to close the gap if they win that. But I'm going to try and win this game first, and that's at the moment they're it's not quite going to plan, as that's edged all along the ground by Aspinwall for a single down to third. The bounce continues. In fact, I'm seeing the admin here in the front of the press box. Tom Taylor. Number 12 on his back comes in to bowl. And Bailey drives that, and that's got through the inner field. It's not going to go all the way, but he'll get 2 more. Already only the second batter to get into his 30s in this innings. He's now on 33. And it's 179 for 9. I was lying on that 200. We said quite early in the innings, if they get to 200, they might feel that's not a bad effort.
Oh, and a score, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. From where they were, that would be a very decent first innings score for Lancashire. You're probably in the game, aren't you, as well, from what we've seen so far today with 200.
He's turned that into a gap, Bailey, for a single. And it's 180. They've got the 180 up.
Yeah, just trying to scrap themselves towards a score that might just give them something to bowl at. Bailey and Aspinwall doing their part here right at the back end of the innings to try and do that. Take a couple of early Worcestershire wickets, and it feels like a very different day, doesn't it, from the Lancashire point of view?
Absolutely. This one is again very solid defended by Aspinwall. Yeah, I think I introduced a law into cricket that you have to have a number 11 who doesn't practice batting, isn't allowed in the nets to bat. So we can have those entertaining number 11s we used to have. Yeah. It's in comes Taylor's defending. There's no run. It is a way again. It has changed, isn't it? Well, I sort of remember if you got sort of 7 wickets down, you thought, well, you're pretty much there. These days, you know that you've got to keep going to the last wicket.
Yeah, I mean Aspinwall's not a number 11. He's a far better batter than that. So they've got quite a strong batting lineup for this game. I mean, you could make a case for having Aspinwall even at 9 or 8. I'm pretty sure he's battered there previously.
Well, he's poised now. It's Taylor comes into bowl. He's into the ground, back into Taylor's hands. Bowlers are looking a little frustrated now. Not much is happening, to be fair, in terms of the pitch, is it?
No.
180 for 9.
No, I guess the ball's 60 overs old, isn't it? And you're on and off as bowlers, and not quite that same spark as what there was this morning and this afternoon. And then there's a sense of, well, they're almost there, but not quite. These combination of those factors.
They are going to try something different. Worcestershire Swanepoel has got 3 wickets so far. Comes back into the attack.
Yeah, it might be worth a little go with the spinner as well, with these 2 on. Will be Swanepoel. I think he's 10 overs from the Diglis end, hasn't he?
Yeah. So a change of ends for him.
Well, he's got 2 slip catches. Nothing's really different to what we've seen so far. There've been at least 2 all day, sometimes 3, and occasionally 4. That's chopped away by Bailey out to backward point for no run. The 2 slips, backward point, cover, and a mid-off. Also on the offside there's a deep point, and on the leg side mid-wicket and a mid-on, and a fine leg down by the Diglis end of the ground, the fine leg fielder, just in front of the marquee. Edged and taken. Swanepoel gets his 4th, and Lancashire all out. They've scrambled themselves up to 180 before being dismissed, and Swanepoel picks up his 4th of the day, and that last wicket partnership, in fact the last 2 partnerships for Lancashire, may have proven to be a little bit frustrating for Worcestershire, but they've got the job done. They have bowled Lancashire out for 180.
Yes, Adam Hose taking the catch, sort of into his midriff, held onto it well, and a good effort from Swanepoel. And so Lancashire are finally all out. 34 to Bailey, leaving Aspinwall unbeaten on 9. So to summarise the innings before we have don't really need a braces, we just have one, but anyway. So Lancashire 180 all out, 55 to Keaton Jennings, 34 Tom Bailey, 26 to Ben Walkden and 23 to Rocky Flintoff. The rest were single figures. For Worcestershire, Swanepoel 4 for 37, the pick of the bowlers. But they all got bigger. 3 for 27, also for Fatah Singh, the spinner, and a wicket apiece to Tom Taylor, Ben Allison, and Matthew Waite. So Lancashire being bowled out for 180 after being put in by Worcestershire. I think there were 22 overs left in the day, light and weather permitting, and I can report a little patch of blue sky overhead, so hopefully we'll be okay. It'll be interesting to see how Worcestershire fare. If they get to the end of the 22 overs, so no wickets down, that'll be very much their day, but if they're 2 or 3 down, then it'll look very different. So there we are. We'll just take 5, as they say, and be with you for the Worcestershire reply shortly.
Now we've got Sam on stills.
Against Pakistan at Rothesay for 199.
Goal completed. Pay the extra. He says, hold out. How many down said? Brad did a shout out, wasn't he? Well, it's not even showing me that way on Google Maps. I'm looking at something going on. They'll go through Shrewsbury, I'll go that way, I think. So where about you in Chester? Southern part? Do you check? Roughly. Do you ever double train straight up the motorway? Yes, I do. Yeah, all the way. I'm off to see Ash. I don't mind. What's in here? Hold on, did you not get the bigger mixture thing? Twice. Oh, did you do the bag of shit? Well, hold fire. We do have discussion about that. There was a few key items. The Sam Riley pointed out white mice from it. Oh, I'm a big fan banana fan. Cola bottle. Cola bottle. All weekend. Yeah. I didn't know it was one. This is my favourite sort of sweet. Yeah, right. Bloody little. Yeah, brilliant. Right.
James gone in. Yeah. He ran off the tap. He ran on and told Dom at the game.
Oh. Right. Can I get rid of the photo?
No, I think he
You know you got a full card now.
Sam, I think you should get ready for that to walk down the steps. Go and get the walker down the steps. I reckon you can get a good photo. I reckon you can get a good photo.
So you leave it like that and you set yourself up like that.
I reckon that you get a good photo of them all now. If I use it for the first play. That means nothing. Paddy, give your lens. He's extra on that. Anything left? Come on. Sammy, I've got big legs left now. There we go.
Just right down.
It's a bit weird if it comes up on there. Oh, you can show that through.
Players concerning Frank Febrile, Michael Dodd. Josh Ferland and the Lancashire on the field.
Welcome back to Worcester. It's been one of those days, on and off day. The latest off has not been because of any weather or anything, it's just because we're in between innings. So Worcestershire coming out to bat. They are responding to Lancashire's 180 all outs. Keaton Jennings, the star of that innings, with 55, but a good contribution, particularly from Tom Bailey at the end. Last wicket added 30 runs. A useful partnership. They didn't manage any 50 partnerships, but there were 30-something before 30-something partnerships.
Last wicket added 65, didn't it? Which is highly significant.
The last wicket added 30. Last two wickets added 65.
Yeah. Sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's gloomy.
It really is, isn't it? Well, are we going to get through? There is some blue. I don't think the clouds are coming from where they usually come from.
No, I think they're coming from a little bit further away to the right. It is gloomy. You wouldn't want to be facing Sir James.
No,
but he isn't playing.
No.
Which is good news. But Tom Bailey is a really good operator from the Douglas end, and Tom Aspinwall gets it through pretty sharpish.
Well, Latigan and Libby will do well to get 244, whatever it was, partnership they did in the second innings at Cheltenham. Which end do you fancy, Frank?
I don't mind.
You take this one.
Okay, here's Tom Bailey then. Bowls the first ball to Dan Latigan, and he steers it, shall we say, down to third slip. And it's just a little bit hurried, shall we say. Rocky Flint off the field at fourth slip, in fact. Harris at first, Jennings at second. He's in again, Bailey, and this is again fielded by Flintoff, diving to his right. Again, just steered down by the left-handed Latigan, playing it late, and Flintoff dived to his right. So we've got 4 slips in place as they look for this early breakthrough. Walkden is at third. So Harris at first, Jennings at second, Walkden at third, Flintoff at fourth. Next ball from Bailey is played up to mid-on by Latigan. No run yet. Latigan off the back of his maiden century in first-class cricket, in any cricket for Worcestershire at senior level. Played absolutely beautifully at Cheltenham last week, but I suppose one of the skills of becoming a regular heavy run scorer is the ability to put that away and remember that you've just got to start all over again, as he's trying to do here. And he's gone. He's not going to get any today because he's, having steered 3 or 4 down into the slips, he's edged that one straight into the hands of Keaton Jennings at second slip, who's pouched it. Great start for Lancashire. It is very dark and the umpires are having a word as Latigan makes his way from the field. Mother Cricket has had her say. His 100 followed by a duck. And Worcestershire are 0 for 1.
I won't bother talking about the two century partnerships he's had with Libby then this season. He slashed that a little bit, didn't he? And well pouched by Jennings. And Bailey's having a good hour or so in the game, isn't he? Who scored those runs. And Worcestershire lose their first wicket without a run on the board. And the game's moving on at least, despite the interruptions today. 11 wickets fall in the day so far. And here's a test for the on the back again, on the back of a very good match, last match for him, for Ida Valath. He's got 2 balls this over to see off. Jake Libby comes and meets him, touches gloves. Yeah, good start from Tom Bailey, as you say. He's having a good period. He's having a good, decent season, I think, and he's made a good start. He's made Latigan play at every ball and picked up that wicket with the 4th ball of the over. So Rehan Adavalat, final year student at Loughborough University, he's finished his finals, which will be a relief to him. Just finished them, and as you say, Clive, a really good coming of age innings, I sort of described it as that at Cheltenham last week, but a real test for him out there in the gloom tonight against Bailey. And those 4 slips, I've said before many times, you stand in the slips sometimes and you're not really expecting much to happen, and there are other times when you stand in the slips and you're like a fisherman watching his float. I'm going to have a short leg as well now, going in. You're like a fisherman, he can be watching his float, the fish aren't biting, and he almost falls asleep. There are other times he's expecting it to go at any time. It's a bit like that for the slips here as Bailey comes in, and Adavalath is steering this one down on the leg side and fielded at slip by Shetty, who's gone under the helmet at short leg, I should say. He's deep at short leg. He's about probably 6-7 yards back,
That's an interesting decision. So he's not there for the sort of back pad, he's there for the one that might really pop. Bailey's a tall man, hitting a good length at the moment, just short of a good length, and making the batsman play every time. And Davalath is beaten by this one outside the off stump, and it's seamed away, and don't think he got a nick on it. Diving away to his right was Matty Hurst. Didn't take it cleanly, I don't think. It's the end of a wicket maiden from Tom Bailey. Great start for him, and Worcestershire replying to Lancashire's first innings are 0 for 1.
Just wonder about that one, because the bowler reacted a little bit.
You think he might have got a nick on it?
Might have.
Yeah. I don't think it carried if he did.
Oh, he did. I think he did. It certainly came off something.
Did he nick it? Yeah.
It certainly came off something.
And did it carry?
I think it might have done. Very low.
Okay.
Difficult to say. We can have a look.
Have to have a look at the replay. Matty Hurst, they didn't make a big fuss, did they? But
the bowler reacts a little bit, if you see. Why is that not moving? Scott says it carried, so...
Tom Aspinwall is in to Libby, and Libby is getting the first run of the innings off his hip, while we try and find that replay.
Oh dear.
So 1 for 1 Worcestershire, and the Davalath may just have had a life, we think. We're just waiting for our screens to catch up.
I'll just grab this ball you can watch. I think it's coming up now on the screen.
A bit brighter now than it was 2-3 minutes ago. So here we go. We're going to have a look at this. But meanwhile, Aspinall again.
Bowling to an Arf, who ducks under that, and there is no run. And it remains 1 for 1. Jake Libby scoring a solitary run.
Oh yeah, he did nick it, and it did carry.
Yeah.
Forgive me saying I wasn't sure if he nicked it. We are sitting at third man. We can't see the pictures you can see if you're watching the live stream.
From there, that one is well down the leg side, and it's well taken by the wicket keeper. Must be close to being a wide, that. But the umpire decides not. Yeah,
and it's gloomy as well.
It is.
In my defence,
I thought he caught it, to be honest, but obviously he didn't hold on. It would have been. It was a very sharp chance. I don't think it would have carried to slip.
No, it was one of those where he had to dive in front, didn't he? Got hand to it.
Aspinwall bowls, and that's chopped into the ground by Davalath and fielded in the slip cord. No run.
The other thing is that in the first over, as a keeper slips, you're still getting used to the pace of the pitch, and you're not quite sure about your depth and so on. So you can sometimes get them that come a bit sharpish, or you can get them that die, and that one just died a bit, didn't he?
Aspinwall in, and that's defended again. There's no run. Similar sort of start to Lancashire. Got 3 runs in the first over, and then played out a whole series of maidens just to try and survive and stay there. And these two having to be watchful, having lost Dan Latigan already. Aspinwall balls, and that's left. That's a comfortable leave for Davalath. It bounced a bit. Goes through to the wicketkeeper end of the second over. Just the 1 run off that. Jake Libby scoring it. That's the only run of the innings so far. Worcestershire 1 for 1, trailing by 179.
Yeah, a bit of a little and large show, really, isn't it, with Aspinwall and Bailey. Bailey's very tall, probably 6'3", 6'4", I would imagine. Aspinwall is one of the shorter pace bowlers around. Stocky, broad-shouldered, and skiddy sort of bowler, whereas Bailey's much more of a hit the deck kind of bowler. But asking different sorts of questions. Bailey to bowl to Libby for the first time. Comes in now from the Diglis end and bowls, and Libby is opened up, squared up by this, and on the back foot plays defensively. Ball just dribbles back up the pitch and is fielded at mid-on by Ali, moving across from mid-on anyway. So 4 slips in place, 3 and a gilly, you could say. Flintoff's just gone wider. Maybe you could say 1, 2, 3 and 5th slip, plus Shetty under the helmet at short leg. Bailey is in again, bowls, and Libby is turning this one off his pads and comes back for 2 as Aspinwall has a fair run round at long leg. So Libby moves on to 3, as does the total. All of this, remember, in reply to Lancashire's 180 all out.
Libby adding to his 107 not outs. So I've got 110 since he was last out.
Yes, Bailey again is in, and bowls, and Libby pushes out on the offside. Thought about a single, changed his mind as Josh Bohannon came in very, very quickly from mid-off to do the fielding.
I'll just rattle through what's going on elsewhere. I won't bother with Rotterdam Dockers against Belfast Wolves, but
Bailey again. Bowls. Libby on the back foot plays defensively. Out to cover point. And there's no run.
Surrey 30 without loss in their second innings. Still 66 behind Essex first innings total. They made a solid start there, Surrey. Nottinghamshire accumulating a 228 for 6 now against Warwickshire. Top of the table clash in the first division, and they did get back on for a while at Scarborough, but they're off again. Leicestershire 12 without loss after bowling Yorkshire out for 263.
Bailey to Libby, pushed out on the offside again, and no runners. Balderson comes across from cover point to do the fielding. Dark here at New Road.
Yeah. After 17 wickets fell in the first day, they haven't done much play at Cardiff, but 2 more wickets have fallen. So Glamorgan 149 for 9. They only trail Hampshire now by 13 runs though. Somerset 97 was another game quite important near the top. Somerset 100 for 1 leads Sussex by 52.
Decent game developing if the weather allows. Bailey, first wide ball he's bowled, left alone by Libby. End of the third over of the Worcestershire first innings. They are 3 for 1. Adavalath yet to get off the mark, and has had a life put down, we think, by the keeper Matty Hurst off the bowling of Bailey, diving low to his right. Very difficult chance, just carried. And the one man out, Latigan, who didn't score. Adavalath yet to get off the mark. Libby has all the runs that are on the board.
Because Harry Crocombe got a hat-trick in that Somerset innings.
It's having a good game. He got 5 for yesterday.
Yeah. So Aspinall in, and Adavalath allows that to go down the leg side, and there is no run. So those are the first division scores. In the second division, they're really struggling weather-wise at Derby. They've called it off for the day with just 32 overs bowled today. Derbyshire 79 for 3 against Middlesex. Rain at Northampton, but that's brewing up nicely. Northampton 74 without loss, replying to Kent's 345. That's left. It may have been closer than I look from here, judging from the action, at least to Keaton Jennings at second slip, who leapt and shouted as if that practically skimmed the varnish of the stumps there. But Batter survives, and finally Durham, again their superiority showing 304 for 7. They lead Gloucestershire by 167. Next one, Rath plays into the ground. It's fielded at third slip. Yet to get off the mark. He survived 10 deliveries, including the one which he edged low to the wicket-keeper's right and got away with.
Yeah, we were talking about the ability, before Latigan was out, the ability to forget the good innings and focus on the next one. It's obviously very important.
And this next delivery, always hitting the bat onto pad, I think, there. Didn't look very comfortable, but he survives it.
Equally important is the ability to forget the one you nicked, or that one that nipped back and hit you on the pad or whatever, and just concentrate on the next one. It's like short-term focus and long-term focus, as it were. There's so many aspects to putting together the right package mentally to be a successful batter.
So that's left. It's a three-way side to the wicket-keeper. There's no run. That's what makes the red ball game so great, isn't it?
Yeah. And I think, I don't know Ryan Adavalath that well. I've interviewed him a couple of times. Certainly it strikes me as a guy who is quite mature in his approach and quite level-headed.
Yes, he's Parry now, he's hit that into the ground deliberately, open face of the bat. It's fielded well at third slip, so there's no run. 22 years old now. We mentioned that although he didn't have the best of List A competitions, his last red ball game for Worcestershire seconds, he was successful at Bromsgrove, scoring 139 and 93 against Glamorgan. And got that 63 as a substitute. Didn't bat in the second innings. But first innings made an excellent 63.
Bailey into Libby. Nicely timed by Jake Libby. It's on the back foot, just working it through mid-wicket, and initially probably it was a weight call as Noman Ali moved across to his right, but it timed it quite well, and Ali in the end had to chase it back, and they came back for 2. So good work from Libby. Still pretty gloomy. Lights on the scoreboard shining very brightly. Bailey is in again and bowls, and Libby is again working it away on the leg side, this time just a single as Ali comes round from mid-on to do the fielding. So Libby goes to 6. He has all the runs that Worcestershire have scored in this second innings so far, and the total is the same as his 6 for 1. And we're in the 5th over. Tom Bailey, the man who has taken the 1 wicket to fall, that of Dan Latigan, and he's also had this man, Rehan Adavalath, missed by the keeper, comes in now and bowls, and Adavalath is off the mark, albeit rather tentatively, with an inside edge which runs out behind square on the leg side, and it was a no ball. Bailey looks accusingly at the front line as though it has moved back and caused him to overstep. Discusses it with the umpire, who says, look, I'm showing you exactly where your foot went. And Bailey is showing a lot of interest in it, as if to say, I don't really bowl no balls very often.
Worcestershire bowled 2 no balls in their innings, plus 1 wide.
I played with a chap once whose name I can still remember, Pete Sampson, many years ago. I'm sure he's probably no longer with us. I was a very young cricketer, and he was a senior player at a club I played at. As Bailey bowls outside the off stump, and he had a habit of putting his front foot down and he didn't put his heel down, just put his front foot down, and it was in the air when he bowled. And he was many times called for a no ball because he hadn't got anything landing down behind the line. And it used to drive him mad, because you don't have to land behind the line. If you are behind the line, you can be in the air. It is legitimate to be in the air with your front foot. Your heel can be in the air. Libby works this one away to mid-wicket again for a single. So he eventually resorted, and it's absolutely true, to carrying in his pocket a copy of the law, so that whenever anybody no-balled him, because it was often players umpiring, he would whip out this copy of the law from his pocket and show the umpire that in fact he wasn't. It was a perfectly legitimate delivery. Tom Bailey didn't quite go that far, but he didn't look too chuffed with the call. He's in again now and bowls, and Rehan Adavalath is nicely in behind that one on the back foot, playing it defensively out on the offside. So Worcestershire 10 for 1. 18 overs left in the day nominally. Whether we will get them or not, I think, will depend on the light. It is very dark, and if they go off at this time of the year after 6 o'clock, they don't often come back, in my experience. Bailey again, last ball of the over, the 5th of the innings. He bowls, and Adavalath is getting a run out on the leg side again via an inside edge past the diving fielder at short leg. I don't think it was a chance, and he's kept the strike. 11 for 1. He has 2. Libby has 7. Man out is Latigan without scoring. Bailey 3 overs 1 maiden 1 for 10. Aspinwall 2 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 1.
Yes, I just score a few runs the last couple of overs. Worcestershire to keep that score moving if they can. And an early change in the bowling with George Balderson coming into bowl. So Tom Aspinall only bowled 2 overs and only went for 1 run.
I wonder if he doesn't like that end.
Maybe.
From memory, Aspinall has bowled a couple of really good spells in white ball cricket here from the Diglis end. I remember bowling at the death in a T20 and getting his Yorkers in really well to win a game a couple of years ago. Might have a favourite end.
Balderson in, that's defended to the ground, there's no run. He's got a very bright orange marker for his run-up as Balderson.
Yeah, they don't use markers very often. They use spray paint these days, don't they? But I don't think they have today. Oh, there are some marks on the ground with
I noticed he
spray
ran
paint
very
as well.
wide of it. He put the orange marker down, but he's actually nowhere near it when he... So maybe he just has it at the corner of his eye, I don't know. Anyway, he's in now to bowl, and that's defended. There's no run.
He's running in miles away from it, isn't he? It's an interesting one. Different bowls. Some bowlers are really keen about where they set off from. They have their marks. Some bowlers are much more relaxed about it. I once read an interview with Fred Truman, said that when he bowled at Headingley, he used to walk back and look across to the pavilion, and when he was level with the gents sign, he used to turn around and run in.
That's played out to the offside, there's no run.
And he thought it was just all about kind of, getting it in your mind, getting your rhythm right and hitting the crease.
He walks right
back
by
to
the orange
mark,
marker, so maybe he's... Oh, he's not even looking at it as he walks past, so that goes that theory out the window.
I think sometimes, but the other thing is, it's where you actually start lengthening your stride from. He's got a mark on the ground, actually, hasn't he, in spray paint, I think. But you know what I mean, like walking 2-3 and then lengthening and just hitting the crease right. It's all about rhythm, isn't it?
Good solid defence from Adavalath there.
But you don't often see the discs, do you, the markers nowadays? They use these spray paints, which groundsmen prefer, and they hate it when you scuff it with your studs like they used to in the old days, making big lines. Gosh, those lights are shining brightly now on the advertising boards.
Wilson in, and again that's solidly defended by Adavalath. He's got a bit of a rhythm for keeping the ball out here. He's just on 2 of 21 balls. His target, I'm sure, will be to still be there at the end of the day. 3 slips and a gully, plus that shortish leg. Couple of pitches away, and again he defends that. This time he's gone for a quick run. That's well judged. It looked a little tight at first, but they called it well. Josh Bohannon was the fielder. Actually slightly misfielded it, but I don't think it would have made any difference if he'd picked it up cleanly. They were through for the single. Adavalath onto 3, 12 for 1. 6 overs, but the umpires are having a chat and we're coming off. That's a shame, but there we go.
I'm not surprised.
No. Adavalath on 3, Jake Levy on 7, so East Lancashire made some use of the time they had by just missing Dan Latigan for 0. Tom Bailey getting that wicket. Worcestershire 12 for 1. In reply to Lancashire's 180. That might well be it for the day, although the sky is a bit variable, so I wouldn't completely rule out a return, but it would seem unlikely, and that might be it for the day. And there we go, Worcestershire 12 for 1. Reply to Lancashire's 100. If that is it for the day, then thank you for being with us. Plenty of games still going on up and down the country, so look for the links for those. You want to listen to those, and we'll be back tomorrow, certainly. If not later today, but certainly tomorrow from 11 o'clock. Worcestershire 12 for 1. Hello.
Things about my job is the autonomy and the choice I have in what projects I get to take part in. That's a huge thrill of the job, and the idea of that kind of being taken away